Do you want to start with the script, Charlie?
I think we need to do the roll call first, please.
Okay, is that what we do first? We don't do the why we're meeting in COVID times?
We have been doing the roll call first.
Okay.
Commissioner Chafe?
Here.
Commissioner Dram? Commissioner
Here.
Guitoni? Commissioner Guitoni?
Here.
Commissioner Simons?
Here.
Commissioner Zepko?
Here.
Vice Chair Mendez?
Here.
And Chair Keller?
Here, but did you get Commissioner Chief?
I believe I did, yes.
Okay, I'm sorry, I missed it.
All 7 commissioners are present.
Very good. So now we will do the resolution declaring the need for planning commission to continue meet remotely in order to ensure health and safety of the public.
Thank you. I would like to state for the record that this meeting is being conducted by teleconference pursuant to newly enacted California Assembly Bill 361. The city was previously complying with the Brown Act orders issued by the governor, which were aimed at containing the novel coronavirus and which expired on September 30th. This new bill gives local agencies the authority to continue to host virtual meetings until January 1st, 2024, as long as California is under a governor-declared state of emergency. In order to continue to meeting subject to this exemption to the Brown Act, the Planning Commission must make findings by majority vote no later than 30 days after it starts using the exemption and every 30 days thereafter, and will do so at this meeting and until the governor lifts the state of emergency. City Hall is open to the public during regular hours, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Monday through Friday. The planning and building counters have different hours. Please check or make an appointment before visiting. The agenda states that the public may view the meeting that is being live streamed online and on ETV channel 27 and provide comment by submitting an online comment form, which will then be read into the record by staff. The comment form can be accessed by going to the main City of Emeryville Commission webpage and clicking on the link entitled Submit an Online Speaker Card. The public also has the option of participating in tonight's meeting via Zoom and may provide public comment during the meeting using the Raise Your Hand feature visible on your screen. Or if you are calling in, press *9. The Zoom call-in information was provided on the posted agenda as well as via e-notification and on social media. At this time, I would like to go to item 3, as the chair just read, the resolution declaring the need for the Planning Commission to continue to meet remotely in order to ensure the health and safety of the public. The required findings are contained in this resolution. With your permission, Chair Keller, I would now like to ask for a motion and a second on this resolution.
Thank you very much. Can we have a motion, please?
I'll make the motion.
And a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you. Call the roll, please.
Motion by Commissioner Chafe and seconded by Commissioner Guitoni. Commissioner Chafe?
Aye.
Commissioner Dram?
Aye.
Commissioner Guitoni?
Aye.
Commissioner Simons?
Aye.
Commissioner Zepko?
Aye.
Vice Chair Mendez?
Aye.
And Chair Keller?
Aye.
7 ayes, the resolution is approved. Thank you.
Thank you. Now is the time that we will open the meeting for public comment. This is the time when public comment is invited on items that are not appearing on tonight's agenda. Are we experiencing any raised hands or any speaker cards for items not on the agenda?
I see 1 raised hand. I've received a number of online speaker cards for tonight's meeting, but nothing on for general comments. They are all about specific agenda items.
Okay.
The raised hand we have at this time is Ron Henme, and I will now ask him to unmute. All right,
Mr. Henme, your comments are items not on the agenda at this time?
Correct.
Okay, please go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening to the Planning Commission. I'm Rod Henme, resident of Christie Avenue. And as you know, last meeting, you reviewed a proposal for a project with something like 600 cars parking. This meeting, there'll be another one with 400 cars parking. And my concern is that whole traffic area of that zone should not be handled piecemeal by each developer with their own specific traffic study, because usually that means they only study the existing conditions and their own impact on traffic. But rather, when you think about all of these projects that are likely to occur in this zone of Christie and Chamond Avenue, meaning the marketplace, meaning 5850, meaning the corner of Powell and Christie. And even, let's say, for example, in the future, the Lazy Boy corner right there on Shelmont and Christie could also be developed with higher density. We all know that this area is a really problematic traffic area. And I suggest that the city look at it collectively, which I think would require city input, not each developer's coming in with input, so that there is a real look at this. The earlier general plan proposal to move Shelmont Way back 150 feet was a kind of major move to try and resolve this, but it didn't happen, it won't happen. And so, and frankly, I don't think individual developers can resolve some of the traffic problems on themselves within their site. So I suggest that this is a city problem, not an individual developer's problem. And I think that will allow developers to provide good projects with the kind of density they're proposing while trying to resolve the traffic. So thank you.
Thank you for your comments. We appreciate it very much. Anything else, Charlie?
I don't see any further raised hands in the attendees. Let me just double check for online speaker cards. I have no further online speaker cards, so I believe that concludes public comment.
And if you could demote Mr. Hemi, that would be appreciated.
Oh, all right.
So moving on, we need the approval of the action minutes from our meeting of January 27th, 2022. Are there any admissions or corrections that anyone has? Okay, seeing none, can we have a motion to approve as submitted?
I'll make the motion to approve.
A second?
I'll second it.
Thank you, Commissioner Simons.
All right.
And a roll call.
On the motion by Vice Chair Mendez and seconded by Commissioner Simons, Commissioner Chafe,
Aye.
Commissioner Dram,
Aye.
Commissioner Guitoni,
Aye.
Commissioner Simons,
Aye.
Commissioner Zepko,
Aye.
Vice Chair Mendez,
Aye.
and Chair Keller.
Aye,
7 ayes, the minutes are approved. Thank you.
thank you. And when you're ready, we are moving on to item 6, the Community Development Director's Report.
Thank you. I am ready. I have a very brief report tonight. The City Council has met 2 times since your last meeting. They were on February 1st and February 15th. Those were very short meetings. Each of them was less than an hour. So there were not a lot of planning related items on those agendas, just a couple things. On February 1st, the council approved annual cabaret licenses for the Bank Club, Rob Ben's Restaurant and Lounge, the Public Market, and Trader Vic's. And they also approved the annual card room license for the Oaks Card Club. Under their future agenda items, the council directed staff to explore options for making cabaret license approvals administrative rather than requiring city council approval, and to put them on a rolling basis rather than tied to the calendar year. So staff will be looking into that and reporting back to council on that. And then on February 15th, the council approved a $100,000 contract with Urban Planning Partners for on-call planning services, including CEQA analysis for miscellaneous projects. This will be paid for from planning application fees under the city's cost recovery program and will help to expedite staff's review of planning applications. And that is all I have tonight. I'd be happy to respond to any questions.
Wow, thank you. How do we get such short meetings? Who do we have to pay?
They're not always that short.
No, they don't. That must be a nice surprise. Okay, any questions for the director? Alrighty, moving on, we'll do our disclosure of ex parte communications and identifications of conflicts of interest for items on tonight's agenda. Are there any disclosure of ex parte communications? Vice Chair Mendez.
Yes, I have an ex parte communication for item 10.2. Back in November 10th, 2021, I met with the applicant and the architect.
Okay, very good. Anyone else? Okay, and any recusals or identifications of conflict of interest? Vice Chair Mendez.
Yes, I will be recusing myself from item 9.1. I have a conflict of interest because employer is actually I should say, Biomed Realty is a client of my employer, and therefore it's a source of income.
Very good. And anyone else? Okay. So we should go on to item 8.1, administrative item, the general plan annual progress report.
And this is Associate Planner Navarre Oaks will be doing this presentation.
Good.
Good evening, Chair. Good evening, Commission.
Evening.
I'm ready to share my screen. Oh. I have lost where to do that, Charlie. My apologies. Where did it?
Bottom of the screen in the middle, little green thing.
Oh my goodness.
Up arrow.
My apologies. There we go. All right. All right. So as Charlie said, I'll be presenting tonight on the general plan annual report, and Valerie Bernardo is also here for questions related to the housing element portion of this report. So as the slide says, this covers the general plan annual progress report and the housing element annual progress report and the housing successor annual report. So this is a requirement that we have to do annually for the state. And I believe we come every February to Planning Commission for you all to review this. So this year, the general plan progress report, there were no general plan amendments this year. And there were some pretty significant development decisions of which the commission should be familiar with. So we had a 24-unit residential development.
Recording in progress.
On 65th Street. And the final development plan for the Emeryville Center of Innovation, that would be the BMR project, was approved for R&D. And then also the adaptive reuse of the former office building at Sherwin-Williams was approved for R&D as well. So there are 79 general plan actions, and we track how we're doing on those every year. So 14 actions were completed prior to 2020. And this year, 59 actions progress was made on them. And there were 6 actions which we weren't able to make progress on for various reasons. So those are listed on the slide. Some of this is due to COVID. So for example, no farmers markets being held and expanding transit service hours. Those were not really feasible during COVID. And then the implementation of the general plan actions, we do highlights of sections for each chapter. So for land use, planning regulations were amended to prohibit crematories in all zones and allow cannabis manufacturing with minor conditional use permits. That was also went through the Planning Commission. Approval of R&D residential projects, which I just mentioned, like the 24-unit project on 65th and BMR. And then there were roundtable discussions held to solicit business input regarding city policies and programs and marketing to help those programs. And I apologize for the background noise. So for the transportation section, the big thing this year, of course, was the opening of the South Bayfront Bridge. And the active transportation plan, we held outreach meetings, and we had an interactive website and held community meetings. And then there was also staff meeting with Caltrans to help move the redesign of the Ashby interchange forward, and that would include a ped bike bridge over the freeway as well. So there's also the Parks, Public Facilities and Services chapter. For that, some of the updates are that we were able to hold CERT trainings this year. That wasn't possible last year. And community events was able to hold in-person events this year, unlike last year. And aquatic programs and senior programs and youth programs began again. So for urban design, we implement that all the time in our project review. And the Sherwin-Williams project site has been substantially developed, and that will include 5 new public art pieces in the park and the greenway, and new streetscape projects, which is some reason hard for me to say, and the CIP are continuing to be implemented, like the Doyle Street improvements. So for conservation, safety, and noise, the city participated in a review that the East Bay Regional Parks did to update their emergency operation plan, Mescal Dam, because the Emeryville is an inundation area for that, and also developed an emergency action plan for ECCL. Sustainability, the city continues to work on many parts of the climate action plan, which are incorporated into our planning projects. And for the housing elements, we're going to go into a little more detail on that, about applications and approvals and the status of units. So for the housing element, there were 7 new residential applications that were submitted to the city this year. So 5 of those were for ADUs. And it's a little confusing how I wrote that bullet. I apologize. It's 5 applications for 5 ADUs because you can have more than 1 ADU on a single site now. So for last year, we had 2 more ADUs applied for than the number of applications because some of them had two ADU units, but that was not. There was also an application for an additional unit to an existing home and an application for 18 units at the public market parcel F. Also, 4 affordable units were approved, 1 very low income, 1 low income, and 2 moderate income, and that would be for the 24 unit residential project on 65th Street, and those were approved. The entitlements were for the 65th Street project, 5 ADUs, additional unit on 47th Street, on Budry Street, and then we also had ones that didn't add to the net increase in residential units, but replaced long vacant or incidentally demolished units on 64th Street. So for building permits, 6 building permits were issued that totaled 193 units. 186 of those were at the Navy site, and then the other ones were for smaller projects dispersed throughout the city. Occupancy was achieved for 59 units, 58 of those were for the intersection project, and that project is actually much bigger. It has 105 units, but a portion of that isn't open, so we don't count that for Emeryville. And then combined affordability of those units for occupancy is 11 low-income units. So here's a table summarizing the applications submitted, the entitlements completed, and building permits issued. And then there's progress on the regional housing needs allocation. We are 81% of the way through this RHNA period, and we are 85% of the way through our goal to our RHNA allocation. So we're slightly ahead of that number, but that's because most of the units come from above moderate units, so market rate, whereas we're a little bit under the assigned numbers for the affordable housing. But overall, we're on track. So the housing element has 54 programs that we keep track of, and we made progress on 53 of those programs this year. Same as last year, we were not able to make progress on educating HOAs to keep over half of their units in ownership. There was outreach done, but it wasn't the way the program is described in the plan, or the housing element rather. So other highlights are that the city adopted the Affordable Housing Administration and Expenditure Plan. Over $130,000 were collected in affordable housing impact fees, and the city continued to move forward on its negotiations for 4300 San Pablo affordable housing site. And there was an adoption of a bill at the state level that will actually allow for that site to be providing intergenerational housing, which was not feasible prior to the adoption of SB 591. Here's a map of where the projects are now throughout the city, the current inventory. So this shows sites that are listed in the current housing element, as well as additional sites that have housing since the adoption of the housing element. And here's a very brightly colored chart showing those same projects. Anything in yellow is completed or under construction. So those are units that we can count towards our RHNA numbers. The other ones might be approved, but we can't count them towards our RHNA numbers until they're actually under construction. So for the Housing Successor annual report, that has to be provided every year on the housing assets and activities in the city. And here's a summary table. This information is also included in the appendix of the general plan annual report that you received, and it goes into much greater detail on this. And the remaining sites that have to be initiated for development by September of this year are shown here on Christie Avenue. So for senior housing production, less than 50% of those units, we're required to report on this every year, are dedicated to senior housing. A minimum of 30% needs to be dedicated for extremely low income housing, and we've achieved that. And our current portfolio is 154 home ownership opportunities. So that is the presentation I have this evening. As I said, I'm available for questions, as is Valerie Bernardo.
All righty, very good. Thank you. Does the commission have any questions on the report? Commissioner Chake.
Thanks so much, Navarre, for the presentation. That was really useful. Just a quick question. One of your first slides about things that were not progressed on this year included something about, I think it was creek daylighting or greenway progress. And I know you mentioned that some of the other sections that weren't progressed on had to do with COVID, but I was wondering if there was anything, yes, as sub-bullet 2 here, Greenway Creek and water feature improvements. I was just wondering if there's an explanation for that, or if you have any forward-looking progress for the coming year.
Sorry, I was muted. Charlie can add if he has any additional information, but the Greenway Creek and water feature is related to the development of 55th Street as Greenway. And so that's just not something that's been a priority of the city right now. We have Doyle Street improvements and other things going on at this time. It is in the general plan, but I do not know about anything that would significantly move that forward in the next year. And then where specific ones, developing new sign regulations just was not a priority last year. Expanding service hours for transit was the one that's, ridership is still not what it was pre-pandemic, so that's not really feasible right now. The trail to Emeryville Crescent hasn't been studied yet, and I think that might be done in conjunction in a future time with other things. That's not something that we're working on actively right now. And the no farmers market was also a COVID thing. I'm not sure what the police facility relocation, if that's a priority of the city anymore. Charlie might have more information on that one.
Well, I think it is. I think it always has been. I think the reason that all of these had no action is simply because of staffing constraints and other competing priorities.
Alrighty, very good. Do you have any other questions? And Charlie, what are you needing for direction on this? Would you like this just to agree that?
Well, I believe first we should take public comment.
Oh, is this item up for public comment?
Every item on the agenda is open for public comment.
Okay, well.
However, I do not see any raised hands.
Well, let me open it for public comment. Anyone wishing to speak on this item who can raise their hand, and Charlie will call on you, and you will have 3 minutes to give us your thoughts.
I just checked my email. I do not have any online speaker cards for this item. And we have, I think, 31 attendees at the moment, and I do not see any raised hands among those attendees.
All right, then we will close the public comment.
As to what we're looking for from the commission is simply any comments you may have, and if you wish to say pass a motion to recommend that we forward this to the city council, that would be appreciated. We do not have a resolution prepared for this, however.
Okay. Well, I thank staff for the work on this. It's always a lot of work that has to be done every year. I think the city, considering what we're in our second year of the pandemic, has really done very good in terms of progress, all things considered. So I want to express my thanks for the hard work, and city council for doing the job of getting things through the process. So I think that's commendable. If anyone would like to make a motion that we suggest that we forward this on to city council with our blessings, I would be happy to entertain that.
I'll go ahead and make the motion to recommend to forward this over to city council.
I'll
Vice
second
Chair?
that.
I'm sorry, I missed who made the second. Is that
Commissioner Chafe.
All right, on the motion to recommend that the city council approve this report, Commissioner Chafe,
Aye.
Commissioner Dram,
Aye.
Commissioner Guitoni,
Aye.
Commissioner Simons,
Aye.
Commissioner Zevko,
Aye.
Vice Chair Mendez,
Aye.
Chair Keller.
Aye.
7 ayes, the motion is approved. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And now we can move on to Section 9, public hearings, and 9.1 is the Emeryville Center for Innovation Master Sign Program. Oh, Commissioner Mendez?
Yep, this is where I recuse myself again. So I have a conflict of interest. Biomed Realty is a client of my employer. Therefore, they are a source of income to me.
Very good.
So I
And
will
you have
be-
to leave the meeting entirely, right?
And I will text you when this item is over, Commissioner Mendez, so you can return.
Sounds good. Thanks. Bye, everyone.
Thank you.
And Assistant Planner Annalisa Garcia will be making the staff presentation.
Very good.
Okay, good evening, Chair. Good evening, Commissioners. As Charlie said, I will be presenting the Emeryville Center of Innovation Master Sign Program. So for background refresh, in February 2021, the Planning Commission approved resolution number FDP 19002 for the 4 new research and development buildings and parking structure consistent with the Emeryville Life Sciences Center PUD. On January 27th of this year, the Planning Commission held a study session to review the proposed master sign program, and recommendations included to consider the unique architecture of Building B4, reduce the height of the pedestrian directional signage, and demonstrate how multiple signage will look together. For site location, we have the 4 proposed research and development buildings surrounded by 53rd Street, Hollis Street, and Stanford Avenue. The parking structure is fronting Horton Street as well as the PDU building. And to clarify, building B4 there is existing. The purpose of the Emeryville Center of Innovation Master Sign Program is to create standards for campus-wide signage, which includes establishing entry, wayfinding, and tenant signs, defining permitted sign materials and illumination, as well as allowable sign types, and it does not dictate content. The Master Sign Program allows for 5 different sign types, including high-rise identification signs, monument and ground signs, wall signs, and a shingle sign. And so here we have a breakdown of signage and their general locations throughout campus. And the buildings surrounded in pink indicate high-rise signage. Here we have the entry monument sign, and this is in front of building B1 on the corner of Hollis Street and Stanford Avenue. And this is a 20-foot illuminated sign that will serve as the primary identification of the campus. Yes, here is the rendering of the sign on the corner there, and sort of shows the height of the sign in respect to the buildings that are proposed there. There's also an entry monument sign, and this structure is actually existing, as you can see on the left. This will be replaced by a non-illuminated monument sign that will be double-sided, and the rendering here gives us a visual from Hollis Street. Illuminated building tenant identification signs are also proposed throughout campus, as well as vehicular directional signs, and the pedestrian directional signage, which will direct visitors to campus destinations and visitor parking. Here the applicant decided to keep the 9-foot height, as they felt that reducing the height would move the map and the information there below eye level. And the pedestrian directional signs are located throughout campus as shown here. There are also building directory signs located at building entrances, and bicycle directional signage, which will provide bicycle parking, bicycle path, and information to the South Bayfront Bicycle Bridge. The Master Sign Program includes wall signage, and while it states sign types and maximum sign area, it does not dictate the content. And so what they've done is provided theoretical locations for each building. These will be illuminated signs, so there's a night rendering demonstrating the illumination. And without going through each of them, what they've done is provided potential sign locations for each building, and they've shown that in elevations for each building. Again, they're proposing high-rise identification signs, and this is just giving us a perspective of what the signs might look like and viewpoints. And so here's an example of the high-rise identification sign on building B1 and B2 back there. Again, it outlines the maximum allowable sign area, materials, and illumination, but does not dictate the content. And again, they've provided multiple potential locations for each building with vantage points. B4 was one of the signs that the commissioners commented on, and this is what they initially proposed. They have now revised the proposal on building B4. You can see the sign area has been reduced much smaller, as well as the location, and that is better shown here on this rendering. We've also asked them to demonstrate how multiple signs will look together. So here you can see a monument sign, a building monument sign, and it looks like a directional sign as well. B4, this is to demonstrate scale again. And so we can see that while there are multiple signs fronting the same street in relation to the building, it's compatible and it doesn't look crowded here. And so the master sign program findings include, promoting visual harmony, relating well to the building and compatible with the architecture and surrounding area, as well as the design review findings, which, if determine whether you find the project to be consistent with the general plan, including but not limited to the urban design goals and policies, and whether or not the project is of high design quality. And so staff recommends approval of the proposed Emeryville Center of Innovation Master Sign Program, subject to the conditions of approval. And that concludes my presentation. The applicant does have a presentation to follow.
Great, thank you very much. Are there any clarifying questions for staff from the commission? Let's give everyone an opportunity to join the meeting again so we can see their hands and faces. Okay. Anybody have any questions for staff? Already seeing none, we'll go ahead and receive the applicant's presentation.
I'm going to promote the applicant team to the panel, if you'll just bear with me for a quick second here. Let's see. Oops. So I've promoted 3 of them. I believe I also have to promote a telephone number. Oops. right.
Do they have a slideshow we need to load up?
I believe they can share their screens if they need to do that. So is everybody here from the applicant team?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you guys hear me?
We can.
Yes.
Hi guys, everyone. Annalisa covered really everything I was going to say, but I'll just, show you the slides because I have them. So thank you. But good evening, guys. I'll make this really brief. I did just want to address the couple of questions or comments that came up in the last meeting. Can you see my screen?
Yep.
You hear me?
Yep.
My screen, great.
We can see it and we can hear you.
I'll also let you know that we did, I think between the last meeting and now, start construction, which is very exciting. So if you drive by and see activity at the site, we are under construction with our phase one. Yeah, so the last meeting we heard really 3 comments. One was, hey, the biggest comment was about the building 4 signage, and that's the Ricardo Legaretta building. And whether or not the signage that was being proposed was compatible, specifically the high-rise signage that was being proposed, whether or not it was compatible with the existing architecture, which obviously is a notable piece of architecture for Emeryville, but also the region. And so we did, go back to the drawing board and take a look at that. So I want to show you the change there. The other question that I believe Commissioner Chafe had raised was, I'd just like to better understand how the signs are working together. Annalisa really did show the same content that I have to show that, but hopefully, what we'll be able to demonstrate is that, it's not really crowded and it does work together. And then we did want to briefly touch on the pedestrian directional sign. I think Commissioner Keller had made a comment about whether or not the height was appropriate. We did decide to maintain what we had proposed. Would love to just walk you through and show you we looked at the other option of lowering it and just want to walk you through that, see why we landed at the decision that we did. So with that, I'll just quickly show, this is what we had proposed for building 4. As you guys probably know, Zymergen, homegrown Emeryville biotechnology company is our tenant there. They're currently underway with their tenant improvements. Obviously, they're proud of their large footprint in Emeryville in the East Bay. They're excited to have their signage at the top of the building, and so we did want to maintain the opportunity for them to do that. Ultimately, it's up to them to come in and submit a specific sign, but we wanted to create, the framework that would be approved and accepted by the city. So, but we hear what you're saying, and so what we did is we moved that signage really from the brick portion of the building to the stucco portion of the building. We think it makes sense there. I think it's an improvement. We hope you agree. So here's the north elevation. So this would be looking, ultimately our building 2 will be more or less blocking this particular view, but this would be looking, from the corner more or less of Stanford and Hollis south at the building. So you can see again, it's moved from where it was previously shown on the brick facade over, obviously, this building's about geometric repetition, et cetera, and it was previously obstructing some of that geometric, components or features up top. And so we've moved it to the stucco there. Same on this south elevation. We moved that over to the stucco. We think, like I said, we do think it's an improvement. So thank you for the comment. We'll just show here, you can see the no signage. We're not contemplating any signage on this side. However, again, it is really up to Zymergen to go ahead and submit their final proposal to the city for approval. But we would anticipate that if they were to submit anything on one of these east elevations or the west elevation also, that it would be on the stucco component and not on the brick. And we've spoken with them and I think they're comfortable with that. So that's that comment. Here's that same image that Annalisa showed. So the next topic, Commissioner Chase had asked to see, and I think it's useful for me also to see, like, how do these signs work together? And so here's an image of Hollis Street looking south at building 2. This one also contemplates building 1 fully built out. And you can start to see some of those sign components built. And so you see a monument sign in the foreground. If you follow down the sidewalk a bit, you can see a pedestrian directional sign. You can see a rooftop sign on the top of building 2. So we think, ample spacing feels appropriate, not cluttered, not like a jungle of signs that you'd encounter. And here's an elevation also showing you that cadence of signs that we're proposing. Again, not meant to overwhelm. But again, Annalisa showed these already, so I'll just skim through these quickly. So the one topic that Annalisa didn't show the sort of counterfactual slide on, or that's probably the wrong word, but you understand, is the pedestrian directional. And so we proposed a 9-foot sign, and here, this is the same that was in the package a month ago that you saw. It essentially, it's a healthy font size for the upper portions, and it's in the smaller font and like the finer detail where you might want to move closer to take a look is really in the lower portion of the map. This puts it a little bit below eye level. And we do think this is the appropriate place and accommodate really all users. We did look though at what like a shortened or lowered signage the sign would look like, and we do think that if you were to try to access that map, it really is kind of awkwardly low. You'd really have to sort of hunch over fully to read that. And so we think that with the font size, again just toggling back, we think with the font size at the upper areas being relatively generous, that this is really the right proportions and height to keep it at. We hope you agree. Obviously willing to work, with staff in refining this, but we do think the 9-foot is the right approach here. Again, hope you agree. So that's the conclusion of my presentation. Happy to take questions or have a discussion about any and all of this, but appreciate your time. I know you guys have busy agendas, so that's all I got.
Very good. Thank you, Guitoni. We appreciate it. Are there any questions from the commission to the applicant? Commissioner Guitoni, did you have a question?
No question.
Okay. Alrighty, I am not seeing anyone else with big questions, so we will thank you for that information. And since this is a public hearing at this point in time, we'll open the meeting up to the public. Anyone wishing to address the commission on this item should have issued a online speaker card, or if they're present can raise their hand. All speakers will have 3 minutes. Charlie, do we have anybody? Is Charlie back with us?
I'm sorry, I was.
That's okay.
We do not have any online speaker cards for this item, and at this time, I do not see any raised hands among the attendees.
Okay, and nothing in your email?
No, I checked my email just now.
Okay.
There's no online speaker cards for this item.
Okay, then we will close the public hearing portion of this and bring it back to the commission for comments. Are there any commissioners, I'll kind of just run through, Commissioner Dram, any comments on the sign program?
No question, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Chafe?
Nothing, just thanks, Ethan, for the clarification on all of the signs together. Appreciate that.
Very good. Commissioner Guitoni?
No comments.
Commissioner Zepko?
Nothing for me.
And Commissioner Simons?
Nothing for me, thanks.
Very good. Since Vice Chair Mendez is recused, to me, I don't have any comments or questions other than to thank the applicant for their thoughtful work on getting the commission the answers to the questions or concerns that we had. I'm not particularly fond of putting any sign up on the high rise of the Libretta building, but I think you've done a good job to incorporate it. I understand companies like Zymergen do want to create a sense of identity, and I would be rather proud to be in that building. So I don't have, as long as it's on the stucco portion and nothing is really forefront and really large and glaring on that particular building, I don't think I have a particular issue or problem with what was proposed at this meeting. So if there are no other comments or anything, I would entertain a motion. Anybody gonna make a motion?
I'll make the motion.
Okay, that's a motion to approve.
Yes, the motion to approve the sign program as laid out.
Thank you. And a second?
I will second it.
Thank you. And roll call.
Thank you. On the motion by Commissioner Simons and seconded by Commissioner Guitoni. Commissioner Chafe,
Aye.
Commissioner Dram,
Aye.
Commissioner Guitoni,
Aye.
Commissioner Simons,
Aye.
Commissioner Zepko,
Aye.
Vice Chair Mendez is recused, Chair Keller.
Aye.
6 ayes, the application is approved. This decision may be appealed to the City Council within 15 days.
Thank you very much. Ethan, if you could close or quit sharing your screen. We appreciate that. And everyone demoted.
Have a good night.
Thank you, you too. And Charlie, can you demote our presenters?
Yes, and then I will text Commissioner or Vice Chair Mendez and tell
Thank
her
you.
that she can return. Let's see. Oh, it looks like they're leaving on their own.
You have James still on? Here you go.
Oh, he left.
Looks good.
I think that's everybody. All right, I will text Commissioner Mendez and tell her that she can return.
And while we're waiting, does anyone feel they need a break or rest out before we go in? This is going to be a pretty long section of our meeting, so if we want to take a break now, would be a good time. Anybody?
Yes, please.
Okay. Give you 5 minutes. We'll come back at 7:21.
Sounds good.
to item 9.2, the Bay Street Grocery Store.
Good evening, Chair Keller, Commission members. I am going to share my screen now. And can you see my screen? Okay, thank you. So this is the Bay Street Grocery Store. It's a decision public hearing. You saw this at the second study session last month. The first one was last year in September. It was followed by a review by the BPAC. Also, City Council had a review of study session in October of last year, and the applicant held a community meeting earlier last month, and then there was a second study session with the Planning Commission last month, and today we have a decision public hearing. In terms of a quick recap of what comments were made at last month's study session, at the last month's study session, 4 community residents provided comments that included a need for coordination of traffic signals along Shellmont corridor. There were concerns expressed for intermodal conflicts. It was appreciated that the proposal to keep the southern portion of Bay Street closed to vehicles and converting to a plaza area. A suggestion was made to recess the store entry in order to enhance the east elevation, and there was support to remove the trees in Ohlone Park and replace them with a native plant palette. The Commission also supported the removal of trees in Ohlone Park and its replacement with a native plant palette. Commission also supported relocation of the bus stop on the median that was suggested by staff. The Commission suggested that the applicant consider removal of the north ramp to the rooftop parking, citing intermodal conflicts and safety concerns. So the applicant's response and the changes to the proposal are the following. They did incorporate the relocation of the bus stop on the median. They made some minor changes to the loading area and provided additional details to demonstrate a loading feasibility. They also provided lighting details on the rooftop parking area. They added a Shellmont Street section. They updated the renderings of the new plaza area. And regarding the north ramp to the rooftop parking level, that has not been eliminated, and the applicant has indicated that the ramp is necessary to make the project acceptable to the cruiser. So just to give you a quick run on where the site is, where the grocery store is going to be located in the Bay Street PUD PDP. And of course, they are going to be demolishing the existing building that housed EQ3 Furniture Store and other retail stores and was formerly the Old Navy store. In terms of the site plan, that has not changed since last month. The footprint of the building remains the same. There is the plaza area, the reconfigured plaza area has also not changed. The two-way protected bikeway along the south side of the Ohlone Way, as you can see on the top of the screen, and this is where they have indicated the bus stop relocation. These are the floor plans, the ground floor plan and the rooftop parking. There are minor changes, as I mentioned before, regarding the loading area. In terms of the elevations, they also remain the same as last month. I will note that the areas which say signage, that's for illustrative purpose only, and it's not part of the approval or consideration today. The signage will come at a later time and separate from this FTP. And these are elevations north and west. Again, these have not changed since you last saw them last month. The circulation for vehicles also has not changed. As you can see, there is the ramp that still exists, and the Bay Street remains closed to vehicles. This is sort of the bicycle circulation. They are providing new short-term bike parking at these 3 locations for a total of 36. The conditions of approval require that 6 of these will be Garco bike parking spaces. They are also proposing long-term parking inside the existing parking garage, and they will be providing 26 spaces. Conditions of approval include provision of 3 electric outlets in this long-term bike parking area.
These are also short-term bike spaces which are existing. And this is the circulation for the pedestrians. In terms of the tree removal, a total of 21 trees will be removed. So trees in the Ohlone Park and the trees along Shellmount to accommodate the new building. These 4 palm trees will be relocated, and these 3 existing trees are to be preserved. In terms of total number of trees to be planted, there are about a total of 30. The conditions of approval include that the plant palette to be native or similar and to be approved by the city arborist, especially in the Ohlone Park. There is also a condition of approval regarding replacement of ground level signs in Ohlone Park, which appear to be fading at this point. And there is a condition of approval that requires protection of the other bigger curated monument signs in the park during construction, as their location is very close to the proposed building footprint. And this is the landscaping and the plaza features, and I will let the applicant talk more about the various details in terms of what they're proposing. And this is the rendering at the northeast corner. In terms of circulation and loading analysis, Fair and Pierce analyzed the proposal to ensure that the circulation and loading will allow for a smooth operation of the grocery store while minimizing intermodal conflicts. And a few conditions of approval include the following. One is a traffic signal at Bay Street and Ohlone Way. Other is a loading redesign to accommodate 2 semi-trucks at the same time in both loading docks. Provision of green conflict striping on Ohlone Way Protected Bikeway where it crosses Bay Street and the Bay Street Shopping Center garage driveway, and signage instructing vehicles to yield to crossing bicycles. There's also a condition which says that the surface parking spaces is restricted to 20 minutes of parking and to curbside pickup only. And there is another condition which says submission of a plan showing existing, not the new or the proposed, but the existing bicycle infrastructure for the entire Bay Street PUD-PTP area and correct any deficiencies. The staff report kind of notes what the PUD condition says in terms of what needs to be provided, and we are using this occasion to ensure that the project, the PUD, is meeting the conditions of approval. In terms of the findings that the Commission needs to make in order to approve this FDP, one is that the FDP substantially conform to the PUD and the PDP, which is the Preliminary Development Plan, and that the changes and the conditions of approval specified by the City Council in its approval of the PDP has been met. So in terms of land use, the proposal involves replacement of different types of retail stores within roughly the same footprint with a grocery store. As the type of the use remains the same, that is retail, and size is more or less the same, the proposed use and building size are consistent with the PDP. In terms of parking, the proposal involves provision of 105 parking spaces on the rooftop and a few on the surface parking level. This is additional parking that is not contemplated by the PDP, as parking for the retail and entertainment uses is provided within the existing garage. However, this is not considered to be inconsistent with the PDP since it does not alter the use or the general size of the building on Parcel B. Just as an FYI, the maximum parking that would be allowed by our current parking standards would be 213 parking spaces. In terms of the plaza changes, the project does involve removal of the existing plaza area between Barnes and Noble's building and Parcel B, and its replacement with surface parking and some vehicular circulation. In exchange, a new plaza has been created by closing Bay Street to vehicle traffic south of the proposed northern ramp to the rooftop parking. And staff believes that this is in conformance with the intent of the BDP for a pedestrian plaza in Block 1 of the South Bayfront mixed-use project. UPP, Urban Planning Partners, has prepared a comprehensive analysis of the project's conformance with the PUD BDP, and that has been attached to the staff report. The The UPP representatives are also here today if there are any questions regarding that report. In terms of environmental review, an EIR was certified by the Council for the Bay Street PUD PDP in February of '99, and the Council then later adopted findings of fact regarding impacts and mitigation measures, MMRP program, and a statement of overriding consideration on September of the same year. UPP also prepared an addendum memo to analyze whether any of the conditions specified under CEQA guidelines would require a supplemental or subsequent EIR. UPP found that there are no substantial changes in the proposed project, nor changes to the circumstances under which the project will be undertaken, nor new information of substantial importance has arisen which would require preparation of a supplemental or subsequent EIR. Again, both the addendum and the conformity memos include transportation memos in their attachments. And we also have, if there are any questions regarding transportation issues, then we do have Jordan Brooks from Fair and Pace here present to answer any questions, in addition to UPP representatives that which include Lynette Diaz and Allison. So we are recommending that the Commission approve the resolution and the conditions of approval attached to the staff report, which would allow this project to be built. Before I hand it back to Chair Keller, I'd like to mention that our interim city attorney would like to provide some info to the Commission to clarify record from last month's study session.
Thanks, Miru. Commissioners, you may recall that at our January 27 study session for this project, the chair provided his comments and feedback to the applicant after the rest of you had already done so. The chair noted that he did not support the northern ramp as proposed and asked the rest of the commission for consensus on that particular issue and indicated that he saw 4 hands raised in agreement. And we just want to note for the record that the public Zoom recording did not at that moment show all 7 commissioners on the screen. And in light of that technological issue, staff would just like to recommend and remind all commissioners that you're not bound by that direction given to the applicant, and that you can and should have an open mind about the project as proposed before you this evening. So if you have any questions, please let me know. Otherwise, I'm going to turn it back to staff, and it sounds like Miru is done with her presentation.
Yes, I am done with my presentation. I'm available for questions. The applicant also does have a presentation for the commission.
Very good. Thank you, Miru. Thank you, Christy. Are there any questions for staff from the commission by a show of hands? Alrighty, very good. I don't see any questions for staff. Oh, Commissioner Graham.
I have a question on the southern part for the plaza that we are removing. I just want to know how wide was the old plaza that we had, and how wide is the total for the new one that they're proposing?
Total square footage?
No, the width.
The width? Can I get back to you on that?
Okay, thank you.
I can respond to that a little bit. The plaza that's shown in the PDP, the preliminary development plan, I believe is 60 feet wide. I think it's dimensioned in the preliminary development plan. The new plaza that would be at a 90-degree angle to that would not be quite 60 feet wide. I think it's about 54 or so. It would be basically the distance between the new grocery store building and the existing building across the street. However, the other dimension of it, the length of it, is a little bit longer than the former plaza was. So it's a little bit slightly narrower, slightly longer. I believe the area would be about the same.
I think it was on site. I measured by laser measure. It was around 140. That's why I have a confusion between this document and the measurement.
104. That's because I believe you're including the street. There is a street in front of Barnes and Noble. That is not considered part of the plaza. In the PDP plans, and you may recall that in the first study session that the Planning Commission held on this item, I believe the excerpts of the PDP plans were included, and that included a site plan, as well as a section, cross-section through the plaza. And that cross-section was dimensioned. The 60 feet was for the plaza itself. Then there was additional distance for a street, and that street was not included in the plaza area. And by the way, that street used to be open through traffic. At some point, the Bay Street management decided to close it to traffic.
Perfect, thank you.
And Harley, if I can ask a follow-up question to that, there's still going to be an access road through this new plaza for emergency vehicles and probably for trucks to set up Christmas trees and to set up stages and et cetera. So there's going to be a road through that plaza. Is that road considered part of the width of the new plaza, or is the new plaza strictly from the store to the edge of the road?
Well, that's not exactly correct. There will not be a road through the new plaza. Per the fire department requirements, there will be emergency vehicle access easement through it, which will mean that a fire truck will be physically able to drive through the space. Hopefully that will rarely, if ever, happen. It's not intended for delivery trucks or any other purpose. It's only for emergency vehicles, and it would not be designed as a roadway.
So we'll never see a truck in there dropping off stage equipment. We'll never see a truck there setting up a Christmas tree. It'll only be for emergency vehicles.
That's the intent.
And what's our ability to prevent that from happening? It's a rhetorical question, that's fine. Were there any other questions? Go ahead, Commissioner Crane.
Thank you. I had some questions about the Ferries and Piers report on transportation. Is now the best time to ask those?
Should we ask them now or after the applicant gives a statement? Is the applicant going to talk about the Ferries and Piers report?
I don't believe so. So I think this would be the appropriate time.
Very good. Okay, go ahead, Commissioner Chafe.
Okay, thanks so much. So I've been trying to wade through the various tables around page 150 of the PDF. I guess what I'm wondering, I'm trying to get a sense of like how many vehicles are expected to use the rooftop parking lot per day. Is there an answer to that in the analysis that was done?
So I would ask Jordan to be upgraded.
Sorry. Yes, I do need to promote our consultants as well. Right. Okay. There we go. Hey, Jordan, can you hear us? Did you hear the question?
Yes, the question was about, do we have an estimate for the number of vehicles that would use the rooftop parking per day? If you look in table 1, which is the project net automobile trip generation, the weekday daily, or I guess weekend daily as well. If you look at the line that says project automobile trip generation, those are the number of automobiles that are expected to use the project. Now, some of them would be, utilizing the surface parking lot on Bay Street for curbside pickups, and we didn't explicitly, create an estimate between the two of those for a daily number, but those weekday daily estimates would be what we're looking at for total.
Okay, so it's approximately what I'm seeing. Tell me if this is right. It's about 2,000 trips weekday daily, and Saturday daily would be about 2,670.
Yes.
668. So that would be spread over about, I'm trying to remember, it's like 12, 14, 15 hours of operation for this store?
Yes.
Okay. And the surface parking lot has about something like 12 or 15 times the number of parking spaces as the curbside. Is that right?
Yeah, the rooftop has 105 and the curbside is about 20.
Okay. Okay, great. Okay, thank you.
All righty, thank you. Are there any other questions for staff? Okay, seeing none, we will bring forward the applicant to hear their presentation. Thank you.
Charlie, this is Marco. Have you had a chance to promote Craig?
Yeah, they should all. Oh, he's not there. Zoom is not cooperating tonight. I thought I did. Try again. Well, I'll tell you what. I can. Oh,
here he comes.
There he goes.
Thank you, Charlie.
Finally. Oh, and Chelsea is here too. Okay, good. I was having trouble promoting her.
I made it. Thank you. Thank you, Miru, Charlie, Chair Keller, and planning commissioners. Thank you for all your efforts and input as we have worked together for over 6 months, including 2 study sessions with planning commission, 1 with city council, and several meetings with planning staff. The site plan has significantly evolved over the course of the planning process. The original site plan was focused on the grocery as an important addition to Bay Street Shopping Center to replace vacant stores and add daily goods and services to this languishing shopping center. When city feedback indicated the importance of pedestrian spaces, we brought on SWA and added important improvements to the Emeryville Greenway landing to fulfill the city's decade-long vision. When the Planning Commission and City Council later conveyed that relocation of the plaza was necessary, we made a drastic change to the design a vehicle-free zone on Bay Street and revamp the planned circulation. Most recently, when the traffic report found the need for a traffic signal, we accepted the condition despite significant additional costs. We want to thank the city for its dedicated process and feel great about all that we can offer the city. We want to bring this project and all it entails to fruition and ask for your support. We'll now move on to the short presentation, and I want to introduce the rest of our team. Eric Price is with Lowney Architecture. Marco Esposito is with SWA Group. Jill Nichols is with the Nichols Group. Chelsea McLean is with Holland & Knight, and Scott Bohr is with Center Cal Properties. You've seen this before, but it's super important to us and our team, and our mission and our goal is to revitalize Bay Street to be safe, active, and easily accessible. The daily needs of this growing neighborhood. We want it to be an enjoyable place to work, shop, live, and play. Next slide. Again, we feel like it's super important in today's retail as it has evolved and will continue to evolve, to have daily needs, daily goods and services, along with a great retail mix of food and beverages and other offerings, which will activate the overall shopping center, throughout the day. Center Cal Properties prides itself and are experts in activating shopping centers. We feel it's really, really important to have regular activations connecting with the community. You guys have seen, a small part of that when we had the Bridge Landing opening event, which was very successful. So we're excited to continue that. And with the improvements that you're going to learn about today and you've already seen, it sets that platform to create a really special shopping center, and that's the goal. So on that, we'll turn over to the next slide. I'll turn it over to Marco.
Thank you, Craig. Good evening, Chair Keller, and good evening, Commissioners. As Craig mentioned, it's been really fun working together with you and others internal to the team to get the plan to be ever better, better stitch it into the fabric of the site. Obviously, since we've started working, the South Bayfront Bridge has opened up, so we're very excited about having the Greenway extension be a part of this project. That could only happen by kind of repurposing Ohlone Way space and kind of rebalancing the Ohlone Way corridor. And then with your good guidance, we've added the bus stop in the last, shifted the bus stop to the Ohlone corridor. And the reason why I show you this particular plan is when we first met at the study session in September, this was the plan, the grocery store, Bay Street being open as it is per the PDP, with a substantial 100% corner people space where the bridge comes together and the Greenway. But of course the plan has evolved to the current plan and that was studied with the EIR and the traffic report, and we're really excited about it, of having just substantial people space along Bay Street that's all at the same level, right? It's not the way you experience Bay Street today where there's sort of a sidewalk and a lowered street and sidewalk space. It's really all at one level. So both from the grocery corner all the way to the stairs to and from the food terrace that's under construction, kind of a center stage space, all the way to the bridge landing and the repurposing of Ohlone Way to create the east-west Greenway extension from the bridge all the way to Shell Mound, and with the recent addition of the working with the city and the transit agencies to relocate the bus stop to this corridor. We just really are excited about how everything is knitting together in all these different dimensions. So just a lot of much better placemaking that for all of the activity that happens at Bay Street, and more activity will come to Bay Street because of this kind of great sense of place. So this is Ohlone Way, as you know, was like this for a year during construction of the bridge. Of course, the bridge is now finished, but we based our before and after rendering on this. You've seen this before. Everything that you see between the building and this curb line is all at one level, shared multi-use path per the general plan, plaza, and everything is at one level, and the street is 2 lanes. And now, as Craig mentioned, with the condition to have a traffic signal, there'll be a traffic signal here as well, not yet shown in this rendering. This is a view looking through the Greenway and the Bridge Landing Plaza to the new Bay Street Plaza beyond, the center stage, the garden court at the grocer's entrance. As was described, there's a drive that goes to the rooftop parking, and there's emergency access through the plaza to the south end, but would be used very rarely. Hopefully the fire doesn't have to come through. Might have an occasional scissor lift or something, but it's an entirely pedestrian space. And as Miru mentioned, we have bike parking. Basically, every single bike parking space is available for cargo bikes. So it's like really fully integrated into the Greenway system. This is as you approach the new Bay Street Plaza beyond, and you can see the ramp to the roof. This is the south corner, sort of if you imagine that you were in the portal coming to and from the AMC theaters and the parking. You would see the grocery's main entrance, the stairs to and from the roof, and a fantastic public space for people to bring dining down from the food terrace and meet. The furniture in this middle area would be light and loose so that if fire needed to come through, it could be cleared, but day to day, it would be fully activated. This is another close-up of that space, that garden court space at the grocery store. And now I would like to invite Eric to describe the grocery a bit more.
Thank you, Marco. Chair Keller and Commissioners, thanks for your time this evening. I'll speak a little bit about the grocery store, how it integrates into the center. Of course, what you're seeing on the screen in front of you, at the right-hand side is the store's ground level plan, at the left, the roof level plan. As Miru pointed out, this building in footprint is about the same size as what's there now, with one big difference, 105 parking stalls on the roof. And why rooftop parking? What that really allows us to do is to bring in a grocer and accommodate a grocer with what it really needs, and that is convenient, clear parking for their customers. And one of the other benefits of this rooftop parking is that with the store at the ground level, it activates the pedestrian space that's to the east end. And really in a pretty amazing way, this grocery store is part of a pretty great center. Let's go to the next slide if we could. What you'll see here is our bike access and accommodations. As you can see, each of the circles represents bike parking locations. We've spread them throughout because what we want to do here is make sure we're inviting and accommodating cyclists coming from all directions, making sure it's very clear that they're safe, that they're secured. And at the front of the grocery store, bike racks on both sides of the main entry that can accommodate cargo bikes at 6 or more at any given time. We really want to make sure that this store is that folks will choose to ride their bicycles to get their groceries. So we think this plan really supports that. Let's go to the next slide. It's certainly worth pointing out that the success of any retail place hinges on choice of what you're shopping for and how you arrive, whether by bike or by foot from any direction. This is a vehicular circulation plan. Folks will arrive from Shellmound. They'll arrive from the north by way of Bay Street, as well as from the south. Next slide. And then finally, a real quick word on loading. The success of any grocery store starts with loading. That really unlocks the plan. Large semi trucks are arriving southbound. They enter the site from Shellmound and will exit southbound back onto Shellmound. And I think what appreciate staff's input on this. We've worked with staff to make sure that this driveway is well positioned, that the geometry of the entry works well. And it's also worth pointing out that as trucks are entering the site, the loading will be fully covered. As they are on Shellmound taking a left, they're in an existing left-hand turn lane and wouldn't be obstructing any southbound or northbound vehicular traffic. Next slide.
And with that, again, we feel really good about the project, how it's evolved, including with your comments and the study sessions. We're just really excited to make this a great people place. And as Craig mentioned, we want to create a great grocery and fully activate Bay Street in a way that it hasn't been in a while. So with that, we're open to questions.
Very good. Thank you all very much for your presentation. Greatly appreciated. So are there any members of the commission that have questions for the applicant? Vice Chair Mendez.
Yeah, I have a question regarding the north entrance. Well, first of all, I want to thank you for the presentation, and just want to go ahead and say that I'm very excited to see this grocery store in this location. But my question is, have you considered a situation where maybe there's a special event, and did you ever consider maybe a possibility of temporarily blocking off that entrance? How would that affect the grocer? I'm just wondering if you ever considered that, because sometimes there have been times where they closed it off for a race or some kind of outdoor event, and I just want to know if you've considered that and if there have been any measures in place for that situation.
Craig, do you want to respond to that? I haven't been a part of those conversations, even though I understand the question. You're on mute, Craig.
We have not had those specific discussions, but we feel like if we have an event, there's plenty of room in the plaza area to conduct safely, especially with the signal and the other means and measures that we have to create a safe and very special area for any and all events. I think if there was an event that was so significant and where we felt like we had to consider that, we certainly could approach the grocer and ask if we could do that.
Okay, thank you. That was my only question.
Very good. Anyone else? I can't see Commissioner Dram on my screen, but go ahead, Commissioner Chafe.
Thanks so much for the presentation and for the new drawings and everything. Really appreciate the way you've taken our feedback into account. I had a question about the north ramp, and I've seen a couple of times there's been a mention that it's needed for the grocer that you're considering, and I was just wondering if you could talk about that a little bit more. Like, what is it specifically about having two ramps that you understand is the constraint or the preference? And also, I'm curious if this is something particular to the grocer that you're speaking with, or if it's something that's you've found a pattern across the industry.
There's probably several of us that can answer parts of that. Having multiple access points for the grocer is important to the grocer, but I think it's also important to the vision of the project. You want to have multiple access points. You want to have, if you're coming in to shop at the grocer, you want that shopper to see the rest of the shopping center. You want them to see the food terrace and the food and beverage and north on Bay Street. To have just one access point at the very south end, you kind of isolate that grocer to where almost they're all by themselves. And the vision is really important to have a fully integrated shopping center. And the grocer's got to be a part of the shopping center to help activate the rest of it. It's been going downhill for a long time. And part of our vision for activating the entire center is to have a grocer, but it's having the grocer be an integrated part of the shopping center. And for the grocer, they want to have multiple access points, whether it's here or in any other centers. I know Chair Keller mentioned a couple others that only have one entrance, so I know it can be done, but to attract this grocer to this site, it's going to take both.
Was that your only question, Commissioner Chafe?
Yes, thank you.
No. Commissioner Graham, did you have a question? I can't see you on my screen.
Can you see me now? No.
Yeah.
Can I add one more comment? Because I don't know, I wanted to add one more thing to answering your question.
Sure, go ahead.
And, you know, part of the signal and having the signal, because the discussion about the ramp is really more a discussion of right-hand turns, I believe, and having the signal, going through the traffic study and traffic analysis, is the mitigating factor, or one of the mitigating factors to make sure it all operates safely. And based on the traffic study and the other analysis that was done, that's clearly the case. Mm-hmm. So we feel, as I've said all along, last study session, you know, I said, and I hadn't seen the traffic study at that time, I said, let's let the traffic study and the experts be our guide. And that's really what's happened, and we've accepted that.
Okay, very good. Commissioner Graham.
So 2 questions. One is for the north ramp. If there is a mistake by a driver or mistake by a pedestrian, I think the cost of having the north ramp is way more higher than having an easier access for grocery. So how do you think about like a situation, a kid is running, that's a very active area, and then a driver didn't want to do it, just instead of like putting the gas pedal, like just put a gas pedal instead of like braking, something happens. I think I cannot justify that, you know. That's one concern. The second concern is the plaza we had before on the south part visually was almost over double size of what we are getting as a new plaza.
So Commissioner Graham, I just have to interrupt you. Are you asking a clarifying question or giving comment?
So
is there a question?
Is question. The second one is question. The first one was question 2. What if something
okay,
happens? What if something happens?
Yeah.
The second one is like what happens with human scale. You know, what happens to visually that like double wide to something is half narrow. That's my second question. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm happy to address your initial comment. I mean, I think one thing that I've been excited about as a landscape architect working on outdoor spaces during COVID is how readily everybody has looked at kind of reassigning street space. And you'll see that a lot of Bay Area, almost all thriving Bay Area retail environments are streets that have both vehicles and bikes and lots of walking space and a certain amount of spill out from businesses and, you know, kind of sidewalk merchandising, sidewalk dining and all that, and they coexist. Is it theoretically a concern to mix those uses? It is, because that's the nature of streets, but that's not unusual to anything that we're describing, right? We're just basically talking about city life with streets and mix of uses. But if you look at this plaza, we're really talking about, if you're talking about the plaza in particular, as Craig mentioned, we have the signal now. We have a single lane that's for cars, not for deliveries, it's just for cars. And I don't think that after turning a 90-degree right that it's a speed issue or any such thing. I think it's on the very, very low end of the kind of concern that you're suggesting, although, you know, any street has some of the concern that you suggest. So I'm not saying that it just doesn't exist at all, but there's nothing in this design that would make it a heightened issue. If anything, it's a much lower concern because you have turns that naturally slow people down. You have signalization, and we have the wonderful, exciting busyness of the plaza and the greenway. So I cannot say that that this is an unusual environment. I think it's actually among the safest of these kinds of environments. If you think about every single use, every parcel in Emeryville has access that crosses a sidewalk and such. So I think we have to kind of look at it in that way.
Thank you.
Very good. Any other questions from the commission? Okay, I have a couple that I would like to address with
Chair Keller.
Sure, go ahead.
Excuse me, I see Commissioner Guitoni's hand.
Oh, I don't see him. He's not on my screen. I'm sorry, Commissioner Guitoni, go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. It's very helpful. I just wanted to know, like some of the other questions here, I've got concerns about the right turn off of Ohlone. And I wanted to know can you tell us about what your hourly estimate for peak traffic through that intersection would be? And what can you tell us about the signal and how it will be triggered, what sort of responses it would have? If you have any detail on that, that would be helpful.
Do we want Jason to answer that?
Yes.
Or Jordan, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so the peak hour total vehicle volumes through that intersection would be about 400 to 500 vehicle trips. What basically our process for determining that signalization is warranted and recommended is to look at the number of conflicting vehicle and pedestrian movements, and based on the California MUTCD signal warrant, those volumes are high enough, and they're high enough under existing conditions, with or without the project, to warrant a traffic signal at that intersection. And then at that point, we did an assessment of just whether the signal was feasible to be implemented using a micro simulation analysis. Just considering all of the sort of constraints of the roadway network around there, and how closely spaced it is with the intersection on Shellmount Street, just to make sure that it actually would work. And that initial assessment allowed us to conclude that the signal would work. So sort of the combination of it's warranted based on the amount of conflicting volumes between vehicles and pedestrians, and the fact that it would work leads us to recommend that a signal should be installed at that location.
Go ahead, Commissioner Guitoni, you're still on the floor.
Yeah, if you could tell us a little bit more about how it would work. Is it something that would just be giving a green unless spike traffic was detected, or is this something that would be regularly stopping? I mean, by the volume you're talking about, it sounds like at peak hour you would be having a car going through every 6 seconds or so.
So
that's a lot.
The bicycles are not included as part of the signal. So the right turning volumes from Ohlone onto Bay are not high enough that it would warrant including that bikeway in the signal. So those bikes would have right of way to continue to move, and the right turning vehicles would be forced to yield to them.
I just add, or maybe clarify something that Jordan said. The number that he gave, what was it, 400 or 600 or something like that, peak hour trips? I think that's for the entire intersection. I don't believe that's necessarily the south leg of the intersection. Do you have a number for how many vehicles would actually be driving down the south leg of the intersection?
Gotcha. Yeah, so that would be about 60. So it would be about 1 vehicle per minute.
So that's a lot lower than the
several
hundred that you said.
Yes.
That's a very different picture.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, I have a few, and Jordan, since you're here, they'll be for you. First of all, I just want to express appreciation. Fair and Peers has done a lot of work for the city in the time that I've been on the commission and prior to, so I value your company's opinions and your oversight on these things. But I think there's been a real big component left out of the pitch here. And so I'd like to clarify that with a simple yes or no answer from you. Did Fair and Peers study the increased people and bicycle traffic into this project site, coming and going due to the South Street pedestrian bike bridge?
Yes, we did.
Okay, and where do we find those numbers, or what are the projections of those numbers? I couldn't find them anywhere.
So we did not create a point estimate for those additional bike ped volumes. What we did was conduct a sensitivity analysis with varying levels of additional bike ped volumes, basically to just, there's sort of uncertainty with what it exactly would be. And so we wanted to, test to make sure that even if it is, much higher, that wouldn't affect, any of our conclusions or recommendations. And so, our findings were that the signal warrant would continue to be met, and the higher volume bike ped volumes would not have a substantial impact on the operations with the signal. Those are just sort of an internal check that we do, but it was not explicitly described in the memo here.
So we haven't seen those. And in those internal discussions, was Fair and Peers able to take into consideration the 1 million square feet of lab building and the 500 new apartments that are being built on the east side of the tracks that will be coming over to use that bridge? Or were they using what were known currently?
So again, we didn't create explicit estimates, but we did, say, what if there are, there's a 20% increase in bicycle pedestrian volume, so about 400 additional pedestrians in the peak hour. Mm-hmm. And we felt just at a sort of high level that would account for, the new existing and new development that's on the other side of the railroad.
And we didn't see any of that data in the report that was given to us?
No.
Okay. So did the Fair and Peers study or report state that the second entry into the roof parking garage on the north side would be necessary, meaning that the parking would not function adequately without it?
We didn't study what would happen if the north parking or if the north driveway was not provided.
Okay, so we don't know from your report whether that will actually affect the operations of the parking structure or not.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. So let me just quantify these questions by asking a final question. If the South Bay Front bike pedestrian bridge was built for vehicle use, would it warrant further study considering the developments that are coming online on the eastern side of the bridge, being the 1 million square feet, the 500 extra housing units? So if this was rather bicycle pedestrian bridge, it was a vehicle bridge, would it have been more studied than it had been?
So the issue with, the reason why bicycle and pedestrians were not explicitly estimated and just sort of used an inflating factor to, make sure that it didn't mess anything up or didn't change any of our findings or recommendations, is because in general, what our recommendations are based on, first of all, with the pedestrian warrant that says, that a signal is warranted, the more pedestrians that are present is actually, the even more a signal is warranted. And at a signalized intersection, bicycle and pedestrian volumes do not generally have a substantial impact on the operations, because if you think about, if you have 10 pedestrians crossing the street with that walk sign versus 60 pedestrians, it doesn't actually change the operations of that intersection, because they're crossing with that walk sign. So The bicycle pedestrian volumes from the South Bayfront Bridge don't really have a very large impact on, the recommendation for a signal or whether it's needed.
Okay, so you mentioned that when Commissioner Guitoni asked about the bicycle, you said that they wouldn't be following any signalization, that cars would have to yield to them. But it's a two-way cycle track and it's in the same place that pedestrians are. So bicycles don't have to yield to the walk sign, but pedestrians do.
There's no pedestrians are also not included on that south leg, are not included in the intersection.
Mm-hmm.
So pedestrians would also have a free
flow.
Yes.
Yeah, but we don't know what that count. But if the bridge had been designed as a vehicle bridge, Fair and Piers would have studied it more as for the VMT and the other impacts, correct?
If there were additional vehicle volumes, yes, those would be explicitly included in the intersection operations, because that would have a larger impact on how things operate.
Very good, thank you. That's all the questions I have for you this time. Are there any other follow-up questions from the commission?
I have one, Chair Keller.
Sure, please go ahead.
So actually, as we've been looking at the picture in front of us here, something occurs to me, which is I'm trying to visualize how this signalization would work. So if I were to come in, I think, tell me if this is true, that I could still be driving south on Bay Street to approach this intersection. What would stop me from going straight here onto the north ramp?
As currently designed, there's nothing. That sort of would be something that would be studied as part of, the detailed signal design optimization that would be needed prior to installing the signal. So that's something that, you could. There are treatments that could be implemented there if it was found that would, create problems.
Okay. And if a vehicle were to enter, like that blue car there, thinking that they were going to park at the AMC, what would prevent them from turning around in that lane and trying to come back out?
The width of the lane.
Okay.
I don't think that there's sufficient space in that for a turnaround.
And is there a curb on either side of the lane, or is it flat and flush with the pedestrian areas?
I could answer that, Commissioner Chafe. It's flush, and the darker band that you see are the detectable warnings, the transition between the fully pedestrian zone and the equally flush drive.
Okay, so it's a visual warning, but there's nothing to actually physically prevent a vehicle from making a turn and coming back out.
So as we discussed in our last study session, we will have ongoing meetings with fire to make sure that we have the necessary width that they're looking at, which unfortunately is wider than we would need for a single drive. So I know that with city staff and internal the design team, we've wondered about having a hard barrier on one side and maybe there's a movable barrier on the other, something like that, so we can satisfy both the much narrower day-to-day for the driveway and, as you suggest, have some constraint and also accommodate the fire corridor that's sort of shared but a different width.
Okay, thank you. And I think what I'm sensing here is that there might be some confusion about the signalization. So apologize if this is just me, everyone else has it clear, but just to make sure that we're all on the same page here. So the bicycles and pads that are coming east-west here. So there's a bicycle shown just to the west, yeah, exactly, and then one to the east there. So along that way, there would be no signal at all, correct?
Correct, yeah.
Okay. And so the signal we're talking about is just pertaining to the vehicle traffic that's going east-west here on Ohlone and then coming, I guess it could be north or south on Bay Street.
Yes.
Okay. And so bicycles would be somewhat included in that because they could be coming off the bridge, traveling east-west in the travel lanes. And obviously pets could be crossing here. But in the separated part, they would not be affected by the signal.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And I just have a follow-up remark or question on that. So tagging onto her, say a car is on Bay Street traveling south, heading towards the north ramp. They reach the intersection, but the bikes and peds on the inside, on the cycle track and the pedestrian right-of-way are crossing. So the car with the green light to go through that intersection do you not feel that they're gonna have the feeling that they have the right-of-way and they're not gonna yield to the pedestrians until they're forced to, or they have to slam on their brakes?
So the way that is designed, that driveway is designed, is consistent with how protected bikeways how protected bikeways are designed just generally with driveways. And so, to the extent that you have the green conflict striping and other sort of countermeasures there and signage to direct vehicles to yield to crossing bicyclists and pedestrians.
See, the issue I have is, well, and this could be done in comments, but when a car has a green light, they have the intention or the understanding that it's their right of way, that anyone in front of them shouldn't be using that. So I will talk about it in the comments, but I think I'm glad that Commissioner Chafe brought this up. And so also the signal will not have, at least what I'm not hearing is that there's not enough that you believe, even though you didn't count it and report it, that there's enough bicycle traffic, but you're not indicating that there should be a signal that people coming into the shopping center from Shaw Mountain heading east, that there is no right turn on red. So someone coming in could actually stop at a red light, say where that black SUV is, stop at a red light and then turn right on it, and then have to brake and wait for pedestrians to clear the zone. So there's not no right on red indicated for this.
So again, that's something that with the detailed signal optimization study would be considered, but that just hasn't been conducted at this point.
Okay.
Keller,
So
may
yes.
I just make a brief comment here?
Mm-hmm.
I think the signal, first of all, Bay Street is a little bit tricky. It's kind of complicated because the roadway itself is public right-of-way. Sidewalks at Bay Street are private. But nonetheless, a signal like this would be a city signal. It would not be a private signal. We don't have any private signals in Emeryville. So even though the developer would be required to pay for and install the signal, I think first of all, the design of it and whether or not there is a signal that regulates the pedestrians and cyclists on the south leg of this intersection, I think that would all need to be reviewed and vetted by our Public Works Department before it was the final design was finalized and the signal was installed. And then after that, again, the Public Works Director and staff, as well as planning staff, would all have to be satisfied with the final design and operation of the signal before it was finalized. And then once it was installed, being a city signal, the city would have the control of it. And if, let's say, just for the sake of argument, that initially it didn't have a no right turn on red, but then it was decided that no right turn on red was necessary, the city could do that because it will be our signal. So I just want to make sure that's clear.
Thank you. And I don't know that we have any further questions. Go ahead.
Yeah, I have a quick question. And I remember seeing this in a previous presentation, but I just want to get clarification. Other than adding a traffic light to this intersection, are there any other measures implemented to help slow down traffic and speed? For example, like material selection for the road. Are there any like warning lights that would go off if like a pedestrian or a bicyclist is approaching?
I can maybe start, and then Jordan, if you want to add if I missed something. As Jordan mentioned, the way that we've designed this is to have a driveway from, so it'll go up to sidewalk level as you leave the asphalt. So even that apron, the driveway apron, would be concrete. So it's detailed the way we typically detail along multi-use paths. And then, as you say, the material in the plaza is a non-asphalt material. So it's shown here as detailed concrete, integral color concrete. So it just has a different look and feel from a road bed. I think that, this will be an appreciable rise and then a different material. And then you can see a relatively short distance for the drive before it makes a right turn. So it has a different character than any other part of the road network.
Okay, thank you. And then I guess the second part to that question was, are there any warning lights like on the street, similar to what we have on 65th and Greenway? When a bicyclist is coming, it detects them previously from before they get to the intersection. And so there's lights that will go off to warn a vehicle that there's a bicyclist coming or a pedestrian crossing. And that seems to work really well, slowing down vehicle traffic. I'm just wondering if anything like that is considered here.
Not to my knowledge at this point.
I think if I may, Chair Keller, I think one distinction between this situation and the Greenway is that the Greenway are basically mid-block crossings of 60, whatever, 5th, 6th, 7th streets. And this would be a signalized intersection. So those crossings of the Greenway are fairly far from any other traffic signals. You usually don't have both kinds of indicators at the same location.
Thank you, Charlie. That's it for me.
Great, thank you.
Chair Keller, I believe the Public Works Director, Mohammed Alawi, would like to say something.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. Oops, all right. Okay, Mohammed, you should be able to go ahead.
Hello, could you all hear me?
We can.
Yes.
Yes, just in terms of some of your comments regarding the traffic signal, one of the things that we envision at this intersection as part of our future review process, should this project be approved, would be implementing a pedestrian scramble at this intersection. The pedestrian volumes and the bidirectionality of pedestrian movement in this area, I think it warrants a pedestrian signal. Also, in terms of the southern leg, that is definitely something that we would need to further analyze. It's not completely clear to us that that leg would not be signalized, and our primary concern and perspective would be safety before finalizing that decision.
Very good. Thank you for that input. It's rather important to hear. Okay, I don't see any more commissioners with questions, so this is a...
Chair Keller, I just have one quick question if you have a moment.
I do. We have all the time you need.
Wonderful. Thanks everybody for the great presentation. I was wondering if we could just, I haven't seen an overview of the number of lanes at the intersection there. I guess the east-west lanes. I think in the current version of the intersection, they're too wide. Cars feel like they can move too quickly, and I'm wondering if those lanes are going to be narrowed at all, or the right-hand-most lane heading eastbound is going to be a right-hand only lane or right turn only lane or anything like that. So if we could get some information about that, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm happy to take a first pass. So as you know, the existing condition is 1 lane outbound right here at this intersection and 2 lanes inbound. And this shows the slimming of Ohlone to 2 11-foot lanes, 1 eastbound, 1 westbound. And Bay Street, as you know, existing is 1 lane each way. So each of the approaching 3 legs are 1 lane each way.
Thank you.
Okay, was that clear enough for you, Commissioner Simmons?
Yes, that is. Thanks so much, Chair Keller.
Okay, great. Okay, bearing any further questions of the applicant from the commission, we can move this on to the section of public comment. This is a public hearing. So I'd like to open the hearing to public for anyone who would like to speak on this item. You could submit a speaker card, use your raise the hand feature, or send an email. And we allow 3 minutes for you either to speak yourself or for the director to read your public comments into the record. Charlie, where are we on the public comment portion?
I do have one online speaker card.
Do you want to read that while we wait and see if there's others?
And I also see 1 raised hand. I was going to say the online speaker card was from Bobby Lee. I did not see him in the attendee list, although I do see somebody there named Bobby now, which probably is Bobby Lee, although he doesn't have his hand up. We do have a raised hand from Ron Henry. Okay. So why don't we allow him to speak first, and then we'll see if there's anybody else, and then I can read Mr. Lee's online speaker card unless he wants to speak himself.
Very good. Let's start with Mr. Henry.
All right, Mr. Henry, you may go ahead.
Yes, good evening, Rod Henry again, Emeryville resident. And I want to say that I think the applicant here has done a good job of response, particularly the response to the plaza. And the inclusion of the safety of the crosslight, I think, is a big improvement on pedestrian and car safety. I know these are very expensive items. And so for the applicant to agree to that inclusion in the project, I think is a good move. I think that I would expect most of the people coming to park at the grocery store would be traveling down Ohlone Way, heading east, and therefore making a right turn. And with the signal there, and with the stop, and with the short drive that was mentioned, I think the speeds of those cars will be very low. Meaning 10 to 15 miles an hour. So I think this adds a lot of safety to it. I appreciate the fact that the busy pedestrian bridge will be great, bringing in lots of people to the grocery store, and it's really fortunate that all those pedestrian and bikers can go all the way from the bridge to the grocery store and to the AMC without ever having to cross the drive. So I think that really makes it a much safer response. So I would, and I believe the applicant's contention that the second northern entry drive is required. And I think the fact that it's a one-way drive, that it'll be quite low traffic, that it will, and has been safely designed, I think is a good response. So I would urge the commission to approve this as designed, and I look forward to being able to use this store. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you for your input. Much appreciated. Any other people want to speaking in person, Charlie?
I do not see any further raised hands. Bobby's raising his hand. I assume that's Bobby Lee. So allow him to
promote him and see.
Yes. Okay. Is this Mr. Lee?
Hi there. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hey, sorry about that. Yeah, I didn't anticipate I was going to be able to attend the meeting, but and I missed the presentation. I did review the Fair and Pure study. I just want to point out one thing. I'm excited that the Center Cal engaged Fair and Pierce, and I think that the recommendations are spot on from Fair and Pierce on their dozen or so recommendations. Signalizing the intersection was exactly what everyone was looking for from public comments in previous meetings. I'm glad that is a recommendation that ought to be implemented along with a pedestrian scramble. I'm of course concerned about the finding from Fair and Pierce that there's a level of service graded as an F on a Saturday peak periods. We know weekends, we know holidays are bad in this area, and I know that all management as well as the city has worked very hard to try to improve the circulation in this area. So there's one thing to keep in mind there. I would just say that I don't believe in, maybe some of our peers can comment on this, but I don't know if they looked at the effect of narrowing that Ohlone leg between Shellmount and Bay Street in the eastbound direction and what effect that would have. And I would argue that, leaving those 2 lanes there and then pouring over it later might be a better, expanding sidewalk later might be a better way to go. Maybe temporarily closing the lane after the construction of the grocery store is done, just to see and study what that effect's going to be. If you do it now and close the lane and it causes a spillback traffic on a Shellmount, you've already poured the sidewalk. It's hard to put a lane back in there. So that's just my concern there. And then finally, just to make sure that all the stakeholders on the property, including Public Works and Emeryville Police, continue to meet on an annual basis prior to the holiday season to review the circulation plan for the holidays and particularly on weekends as well. So that's just what I want to point out here. But great work, and I look forward to seeing this grocery store. It's going to be a phenomenal addition to Bay Street. Thank you.
Thank you. And can we just, for the record, Bobby, get your last name? Is this Bobby Lee?
Yeah, Lee. Yep. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much. And Charlie, do you want to demote the speakers for us and then let us know if we have any others? Hello, Charlie.
Sorry about that. I was just talking away here. I'm afraid.
Can you demote the two public speakers and let us know if we have others?
Yes, I will do that after I've checked to see if there are any other speakers. I don't have any other online speaker cards, and I am not seeing any further raised hands among the attendees. So I believe that is all the people, members of the public who wish to speak.
Okay. Okay, so if we have none, we will go ahead and close the public comment portion of this. And
close the public hearing, right?
Oh, yeah, public hearing. And what I'll do is bring it back to the commission and maybe call on each commissioner, since I can't see everyone at once, and let's get some feedback. And since you're at the top of my list, we'll start with Vice Chair Mendez.
I knew I was going to be first. Thank you so much for this updated presentation. It does, and for your work to get to this point. It's, in my opinion, it's a huge improvement from when we first saw it. And I really do appreciate you working with us and taking our comments and implementing them. At the very minimum, I think, having the light there is going to help. Obviously, it would be better if we didn't have the lane there, but it sounds like there's got to be some give and take. And I think that having this grocery store here is going to be a huge improvement to this. So if we have the traffic light there, I feel a little bit better about having that north ramp entrance. Just got to make sure that we throw in everything possible to make it as safe as possible for pedestrians and bicyclists. And we really, really take into account safety in this area. Other than that, I don't know if I have any other comments that I didn't make previously. I think you did a great job at implementing our comments about the plaza and about having that area between the grocery store and the existing commercial spaces across the way, and having that be a more open area. Just want to thank you again for the presentation. I think for right now, those are all my comments.
Very good, thank you. Commissioner Simons.
Okay, folks, thanks so much for giving me the opportunity to comment. Like Commissioner Mendez, I think my top concern right now is safety. And I think the vast majority of my concerns have been allayed. I think the traffic light is essential. I think reducing the lanes is essential. I think making that right turn onto Bay Street very sharp, which should do a lot to slow down cars, also seems great. I think like other commissioners, I'm disappointed that we're going to be losing the plaza between this current building and Uniqlo. And a lot of times in planning commission, I think about trying to think about what are the incentives of the person bringing the project to us, and what are our incentives, and what do we all want. And I just sort of think we have to trust the developer's judgment here. The way to make this situation work is to do a smaller, less appealing plaza and bring in a grocery store. And I think the benefits it's going to bring to the community outweigh, the cost of the second driveway and the less inviting public open space. I'm a little concerned about the bikes coming across the road there, like we've been discussing, but I'm hoping everybody's just going to be moving slowly as possible, and it sounds like the staff can do a lot to make that happen, and we'll be in charge of the traffic light. So I'm feeling reasonably good about this. Thanks so much.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's call on Commissioner Guitoni.
Yes, thank you for your presentation, and I want to thank you also for your flexibility and adapting to different suggestions from the commission over the course of the project. I think it really improved a lot from where it was. I think that it's really nice to see some of the letters of community support coming in. It's really nice to see that some of them come from smaller local businesses. I think that's an important shift in the focus for this project, and that's good to see. Like a lot of other folks here, I've been very concerned about the bike and ped safety at Ohlone and Bay Street. I think signalizing it is a must, and so I'm glad to see that you are doing that, and I really appreciate that. I do hope that extra care is taken, particularly if there's things like a pedestrian scramble, to make sure that pedestrians and bicyclists are not clobbering over the space that each other are looking for, and to try to do everything to make that intersection as safe as possible. Those are my comments, and thank you very much again for your time.
Thank you so much. Commissioner Graham.
Awesome. Thank you so much for the presentation and improvements. I think for the north ramp, adding light helps but works as a painkiller. If you're making a problem, then we add some lights to make the pain less. And for the plaza on the south, I wish that we could keep at least a portion of it. But other than that, this is a beautiful project. It adds a lot of value to the area, and we love it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Short and sweet. Commissioner Che.
Thank you. Thanks again for the presentation. I think most of my major comments have already been stated. I think, to be totally honest, I'm kind of heartbroken that this north ramp is still here. I think there's so much potential in this area for this to truly be a pedestrianized area, for this to be a place that bikes and peds feel like they have their space and that it's a place to hang out. And I think what we have right now is less of a South Plaza and also less of a north gathering area. I took about 5 or 10 minutes to sit at this intersection today and just watch what was happening. And it's kind of mayhem all the time for the cars. Like, I think just the structure of the intersection is really difficult. And the one thing that was most comforting to me was seeing a row of bollards across basically where this driveway is going to be now, where the north ramp is. And so the idea of losing that and having cars come in right there is just, it's heartbreaking because it doesn't, like, in my mind, it doesn't have to be that way. I know you've said over and over again that that's what the grocer requires. I believe that. I really, really wish there was a way around it. With that in mind, I think that we just have to be really clear with if the proposal goes forward as it's shown here, we have to be really clear that bike and pedestrian crossing is happening, it's basically going across a lane of travel for cars. And so bike and ped
travelers need to understand that they are crossing an active driveway, and the cars need to understand that they are crossing a separated bikeway. And right now I don't see that that is 100% clear. I think that there's definitely been some things mentioned tonight that would improve that clarity, but it's still not 100% there yet. So I think we're kind of trying to pretend that we have a separated bike lane here that's protected when it's not really. And I think we're trying to pretend that we have a ramp where cars are gonna be very clear on where they're going and what they're doing. And I also don't see that that's 100% clear for the drivers either. So I think that all of that needs to be refined going forward. I personally, just to be 100% clear on this too, or obvious about it, I would not let my kids play in this area. Like, there's no chance that I would let them just go off and play while I was sitting and talking to a friend when there's a lane of travel that's not 100% separated. Speaking as somebody who's on the Parks and Rec Committee, it's something that we hear over and over from parents, is that they want to have spaces where there's a bit of enclosure so that they can feel relaxed and let their kids be around and be free. And that's 100% the opposite of what's being presented right in front of us on this picture right now. So I think we're presented with a really difficult decision in my mind, where there are a lot of really good things about this project, but also it's not 100% what it's made out to be. So I hope we can find a way to address some of those things. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your comments. And Commissioner Zipko.
Great presentation. Everything I was going to raise has been raised passionately by others. I think that the safety concerns are real, but it sounds like we're working to address them. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Commissioner Zipko. So I think that leaves myself as the last remaining commissioner comments. And I have to say, I was going to go first with this item. And I decided to get the feedback from the rest of the commission on how they feel about this. You'll all be relieved to know that I had a 3-page diatribe to read, and I know Christy above all are going to be very happy that I'm not going to read it. But encapsulating it, I don't think that this northern ramp is necessary. I have not heard a convincing argument other than this is what somebody wants. We have given into this project. We, as has been stated, everyone does not like the loss of the North Plaza. But the grocer insisted that they had to have this teaser parking. So we gave in and gave them the teaser parking. We're now asking them to remove this unsafe, potentially conflict area with bicycle and pedestrian north ramp. And we have not been told why that it needs to be there other than somebody wants it. But what they're saying is we want it, so put your children, put your bicycle at risk. Otherwise, we're going to walk away from this project is what I've been hearing. So I'm very, very disappointed in that. I also believe that it's in violation of our general plan. I am going to entertain you all with some of the things our general plan does say about this. So the general plan is very clear, in my opinion, why the commission shouldn't approve this project with the inclusion of this north ramp. At the very beginning of our general plan, section 1.1, we have our 10 guiding principles. Principle 4 states that in part we appreciate, where appropriate, in people-intensive places such as retail, office, residential districts, pedestrians will have priority over automobiles. This is not subjective language. This is objective. We will have priority. Then in section 3 of transportation summarized under walking goal G-T-G-4, a walkable city, a universal, accessible, safe, pleasant, convenient, and integrated pedestrian system that provides links with the city to surrounding communities and reduces vehicular conflicts. My understanding of this is we're not to create new conflicts. Under the same section, under policies on walking, item T-P-17 states the city will require not ask or suggest, but require new developments to minimize the number and width of curb cuts for vehicles to reduce vehicle conflicts with pedestrians. This project asks for 3 curb cuts, the one on the south side, which is totally understandable and acceptable, and they're asking for 2 on the north side. One is the access that is now blocked at Ohlone Way and Shellmount, and the access to the northern ramp of the driveway. So we are creating 2 curb cuts, which I feel are unnecessary. But again, we shouldn't create these new curb cuts, but that's what this is asking us to do. And lastly, in regard to our general plan, in section 5, the urban design section starts out by stating that urban design element focuses on enhancing the public realm and everyday livability. Goal UD-G-8 states that we should create a safe, attractive, and connected pedestrian environment through the city, but particularly in areas with high volumes of pedestrian activity. Creating this north entrance is not in compliance. So I think in general, our general plan is telling us we shouldn't be creating this. But obviously, the sense I'm getting from the General Commission is that they feel the traffic signal is enough to prevent that. But I don't know how many people walk along Kyle Street going out to the marina and the off-ramp coming off of the northbound traffic. There are 3 no left turn signs there, and cars turn left on red all the time. And then in Oakland, they're right at Stanford and San Pablo, another no left on right. If you sit there, every car that approaches that signal stops at the red light and then proceeds through on the red, even though there are 2 signs that say no right on red. So I don't think that drivers who are concerned about trying to figure out how to get to the parking, try to get their grocery shopping done, is not going to be considering children that are playing on this area and they're coming to the ramp. And I have not been sold. Like I said, I toured 4 grocery stores in our region. All of them have more parking spaces on their roof than this project does, and they all have 1 entrance and 1 exit. So I have not been convinced that this is necessary. But hearing that the majority of the commission is fine with the signal, that they feel that's going to give them the safety, I don't agree, but I don't know that I want to not approve the project based on that. So I'm of the mind of it's unusual for a chair to make a recommendation or a motion. I'm going to make a motion and see if the rest of the commission supports me. If not, we can make it secondary motion to this. So if we're through with public comment, I'd like to just make one last round and see if any other commissioners have any further comments. If you do, speak up or raise your hand. Go ahead. Chair, Director Bryant, did you have something you want to say?
Well, I did just want to point out one thing about the general plan. I appreciate the guiding principles and goals and policies that you've cited. Obviously, I'm very much invested in our general plan since I was an integral member of its creation. However, I also want to point out that this is a final development plan for a PUD that was approved in the 1990s. And in approval of an FDP, if you look at the planning regulations for the findings that the commission has to make to approve an FDP, the findings are that it conforms to the PDP and that it incorporates any conditions of approval that the city council adopted when they approved the PDP back in the 90s. There's nothing about general plan conformity. And the reason for that is that if an FDP is consistent with a PDP, then it is deemed to be consistent with the general plan that was in effect at the time that the PDP was approved. And in this case, that would be the 1993 general plan. So while everything you quoted from our general plan is certainly laudable, it is not applicable to this project. Just want to clarify that point.
Right, and so considering the PDP and the PUD never talked about parking on this building, and it never talked about creating access to parking on this building, I can I believe I can find that I don't find it in compliance, because these factors didn't exist in any part of that PDP for this building, that they would create access points to parking, conflicts with pedestrians and bicycles. And so that is not, in my opinion, I don't see that as being conforming to the PUD PDP.
All right, thank you. Just want to clarify that that's not the general plan though. But
okay, that's fine. So anyway, so what I'd like to do, and I'm not expecting full support on this, and the thing is I totally support this grocery store. And part of my diatribe was going to be how much I support this grocery store and how much I understand the need for this grocery store and how much I appreciate what Center Cal's done for the shopping center. I go through the shopping center 2 to 3 times a week going to the New Bay Bridge. And I've seen incredible increase in traffic. And I see a lot of construction going on for changes. And I really feel that they're doing the right thing. I just feel that with the new bridge coming across this, we haven't studied what the impacts of pedestrians and bicyclists are going to be when we open 500 new housing units and 1 million square feet of life sciences. And people are coming off that bridge, coming across this two-way cycle track and pedestrian, but that looks absolutely like, oh, I have free reign here. And they're going to come into conflict with a car and make a right-hand turn, whether he stops at a red or not. And so I don't think this is an enhancement, and I don't think that it's necessary to have this northern ramp, but I do support the project. I understand the economic viability of the shopping center. But I'm just going to put out there that, so if we're done making comments and we're ready for a motion, I'd like to make a motion that we approve this project as presented with a new condition of approval that they do not include the northern ramp and they do not open Bay Street at Alone.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, so Charlie, we have a motion and a second. You're on mute.
Sorry.
Before we vote, should we ask for any clarifying questions from any of the commissioners? Is that appropriate?
Can I clarify the motion before we do that?
Sure.
My understanding is that the motion is to approve the application as presented with a additional condition of approval that the northern parking entry ramp be removed and that there not be vehicular access from southbound onto Bay Street from Maloney Way.
That's correct.
Okay.
Are there any clarifying questions any commissioners would like to ask before we vote?
So we would not have the northern entrance, right?
That's what we're suggesting, yes.
We will not. Okay.
Okay, Director Bryant, not seeing any other questions. Why don't we go ahead and go for a vote?
All right, may I just read some language for that, just to make sure we're clear? I want to make sure we have if this were to pass, I want to make sure we have the condition of approval language correct. So it'd be something to the effect that prior to the issuance of the building permit, the Community Development Director shall confirm that the final building plans for the project incorporate removal of the entry ramp to the parking garage and
the northeast corner.
Yeah, the northern parking entry ramp.
Correct.
And the access roadway to it from Maloney Way.
Correct.
That's it.
And I do want to make sure that it does specify that will not be open, so that when bikers come off that two-way cycle trail, they know a car is not going to be interfering in their right of way.
Okay, Bay Street.
Out of Maloney.
Not be open south from Maloney Way.
Correct.
Is that correct? South from Maloney Way. Okay. And
Chair Keller.
Sure, go ahead.
Sorry, can I just ask a clarifying question? If we were to pass your proposed motion, would the applicant have to appeal to the city council, or would it come back to us? What would the next step be?
I will let Director Bryant answer that, or the attorney.
Well, sure. The Planning Commission's decisions are all appealable to the city council. So if you were to pass this motion tonight to approve the application with this additional condition, then that would not come back to the commission for, any reason. But there is a 15-day appeal period, which would be 2 weeks from tomorrow. So if any interested party can appeal the planning commission's decision to the city council, that would include the applicant, who could appeal your decision and request that that condition be removed or whatever else they want to request. It also would be an opponent of the project or anybody else who had an issue with the project. Any interested party can appeal this decision to the city council within 15 days. And if that occurs, then it will be in the council's jurisdiction and they would make the final decision.
Does that answer your question, Commissioner Simons?
It does, yes. Thank you very much.
Okay. There are no, go ahead.
Are we allowed to ask questions or comment?
Sure.
Or is it closed?
It's generally closed. We're about ready to vote on it, but I wouldn't mind hearing, any questions that you have. So
I would just, I think as being a good partner, we've been listening to staff and planning commission and city council and have made significant changes to the plan. And what I've always said is let the traffic study be our guide, right? I said that last time, and I think Chair Keller, you mentioned that in order to have that ramp open, you were gonna want to see a signal, and the signal is now a condition of approval. And everything that we see and read shows that this intersection with a signal and with additional engineering, like having no turn on a red light and all the other things that we can do to make it safe, we're willing to do. We've always said that. So it just seems like we've done everything we've been asked to do. And this is a tremendous opportunity to move forward and create a very exciting project. And the conditions you're putting on it, we'll be back to square one. There'll be no cycle tracks. We'll just be back to where we started. And it seems like in a cooperative effort, like we've had with you and staff, that this project should move forward.
I understand, and that's exactly why I'm moving it forward, so as not to deny it with this one stipulation. And the reason being is I did ask for the traffic signal, and you did ask that we wait for the traffic study. My direct question to the fair and peers about the traffic study was the fact that the traffic study focused on VMT's vehicle mile travel. They did not study the impacts of what was going to happen with the pedestrian and bicycle traffic, particularly concerning the 1 million square feet of life sciences and the 500 new houses. The whole Sherwin-Williams project is directly connected to this bridge through a public park and through that. We didn't get those figures. I have no idea. And that's
not really fair to us. We had no involvement in dictating the traffic study. We paid for it, but we had no involvement,
I can appreciate that, but I still don't have the numbers to help me make a decision. See, what we're doing is we're providing you with an opportunity to create a business. We don't mind that. But the thing is we have to live with the consequences of whether we've created a dangerous environment for our bicycles and pedestrians, because what we are trying to do as a city is reduce people's relying on automobiles to get to and from. But if bicycles are not safe, people aren't going to use it. That's always the main concern for people not riding bikes, is they don't feel safe. And I don't feel this intersection where we're creating two curb cuts where vehicles are going to come in conflict with bicyclists and pedestrians. We're creating that. You haven't told me why we need this ramp. I told there are 4 grocery stores that have more parking spaces on a roof than this one. And I'm not talking in Oregon or in Southern California. I'm talking here in Oakland. In our market, there are 4 stores that have more parking on the roof that don't require this added entrance. And I have not been sold on why this needs to be here and sold enough at least to put our people at risk. Particularly, like Commissioner Chase said, she wouldn't allow her children to play here. You know, that tells me that there is a concern for safety. So if you can sell me on why this has to be there and why I have to put people at risk, I will do that, but I will gladly approve this project as the motion says. We just need to reduce the risk for other people who aren't driving the cars.
And Chair Keller, this is Scott Board, Senator Cal. I think that one thing that we really want to reiterate is that we are so on the same page in creating a safe environment for pedestrians, for cyclists. It's the vision to connect the Greenway. It's the vision to create the plaza. And the point of not studying the pedestrian interactions, you mentioned there's only VMT, there was LOS. There was an extensive LOS study done on cars and on pedestrians as a part of the traffic study that focused on this intersection. And it resulted in an F existing. So the lack of data related to pedestrian movement, it's already at the worst it can get, which is what's warranting the signal in addition to the removal of a lane. And one thing I think that's unfortunate as we look at this image right here, and I don't think that's been spoken to, is that this is a very rudimentary site plan. All of the things that you and the other commissioners are describing, like striping, like additional signage, like lights, like changes in texture of pavement to notify a car that they would potentially be going what looks like a curb because the curb's not there. All of those elements will be incorporated in including the additional street movement and signalization programming with the intention of pedestrians being safe. And I think that one of the commissioners asked, and I apologize for forgetting who, I think it was Chafe, was why the retailer needs it, and we're not hearing why they need it. Retailers by nature, and I'm going to give you a really candid answer because I've been on the leasing side of our business for a long time. They are the candidly most bureaucratic decision makers in our country, besides our government at times. They have been put at dire risk through innovation and changes in commerce, through changing consumer demands and traffic demands by a pandemic. And so for them to make the investment, they need to mitigate every measure of risk. And for them, it's about making sure that they have the appropriate circulation and access points to keep people moving. And they're the experts, candidly, in that department of understanding the psyche of their customers to make sure it'll be a successful store. Otherwise, we'll end up with an empty box.
Can I stop you a minute? The director has had his hand up. Go ahead, Charlie.
Yeah, of course.
Thank you, Chair Keller. I think, the public hearing on this item has been closed, and you were gracious in allowing the applicant to make some additional comments while you were in the middle of making a motion and getting ready to vote. I frankly think that this dialogue is a bit inappropriate at this point in the meeting, and I would encourage you to go ahead and with your motion.
Well, thank you for your time.
Okay, well, Charlie, I'd like to address that. So if possible, if need be, I can reopen the public comment period if that would make you and the attorney feel more comfortable. Because I think this kind of dialogue...
Well, there is a motion on the floor. Did you want to withdraw the motion?
I can withdraw the motion for the time being, because I feel that the only time we get to have this conversation is in a public meeting.
Right.
So I think this is the time we have to do this. And if they have things they want to do to address this point so we can make an informed decision, I want to do that.
All right.
So I'll withdraw my motion, and I will, did you want to continue, Scott, or did you get out everything you wanted to say?
Are you reopening the public hearing?
I'm reopening the public hearing.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, and I really appreciate that, Chair Keller, and you have listened, you've heard us out all along the way, as well as all the other commissioners. So thank you guys for that. The stores that you mentioned are really good points, and we actually visited all of them. And I think one unique factor to take into consideration is that this is not a single tenant operating on their own. It is a part of a larger shopping center, which is within existing street framework that it's connecting into. And some of those other locations do. For example, the Safeway on College and Claremont do have dual access from either side. So there's a functionality component and there's a context component that are really important to consider. And I would just say that knowing the challenges of getting a grocer to make an investment in a community, which everyone is aware of, there's the term food desert for a reason, to just take that into consideration, because as much as it is unfortunate, our team not just believes but knows that without that north entry, there is no grocery, and it's back to leasing the existing buildings, leaving the plaza that people seem to like. If the existing condition is the better version of our project, which candidly has been a challenging portion of the project to lease for a long time, as I'm sure you guys are more aware than anyone, then you need to look at that decision as the decision that it is, unfortunately. And that's not something we control. We want what's best for the project. We want what's best for the community. And we believe that we can accomplish that for you guys. And there's no one who's going to pay more attention to that than our team, than the engineers and the experts who are paid to do this for a living, and the city who has been on your side the entire time, making sure that we are so focused on those key points of safety and vibrancy, creating a great destination.
You lost him.
I totally agree with all of that, and I get what you're saying. And we lost the grocery store. We had a place ready to open. All they had to do was stock the shelves and hire employees, and they chose to bail. So I know this is a very difficult person or vendor to get in here, and I totally appreciate that. But I want to back up to the decisions or the discussion we had about the counts of pedestrians that Fair and Pierce did. According to what I could read on their tables and the charts, they listed existing, and they listed existing plus project. My contention goes back to the bridge. The bridge and the way it connects to the base trail through your development and the way it brings people to your development is my key issue. And the way that it seemingly looks from the bridge, looking out to Shellamon Street, looks like a free and clear passage for bikes and pedestrians, but there's points of conflict. And my living in the Bay Area for over 20 years and walking and biking as much as I do, people don't pay attention to signs. I am at risk all the time, and I have to watch what people are doing, even if I have the right of way. So the fact of the matter is that people are people, and a red light, people roll red lights constantly. That's why they're called California stops. So the thing is we get the vendor we want in here, everything is great, and 6 months later we have a child killed at that intersection. That parent isn't going to give a darn that we have a viable shopping center, and if I get hit and I'm spending a lot of my life in a wheelchair, I'm not going to get a damn grocery store in that shopping center, okay? So it comes back to strictly, is this design totally necessary when 4 places that I've illustrated don't have them, and I've not been given a reason other than this vendor wants it? We've given the vendor wanted their teaser parking. We got rid of obviously an amenity, the North Plaza, that we all like, and we gave them their teaser parking. Why can't they give us this? This is kind of the question I'm asking. And so, the thing is by us making this vote, we send a message that there are possibly a majority, possibly not a majority, that feel one way or another. And you have an opportunity to either look at that and see if it's necessary, and if you want to appeal it, or to understand that, yeah, we have a serious problem here, maybe we don't need that north parking. So I think it's not the answer you want, but we're not denying the project entirely. But we obviously have issues with this thing, and it's a life and death issue more than anything. At least the way I see it, and at least the way that I see Commissioner Chase sees it. So that's the reason I'm going this route.
Totally understood. And I think we appreciate all that. And in the end, it's in your hands and it's your decision. And we don't even know if that was the case, if we would appeal, because, it's back to the retailer of, hey, can you handle, additional months and time of getting to an approval and getting to a project, or they may just move on to the next one. That's always our fear. And that's the thing that we try to remedy as much as we can in this business, because things are moving so fast paced that sometimes you miss your window. So we just hope that you guys take all those things into consideration into your decision. But Keller, Chair Keller, you're a super thoughtful man, and you're thinking of the right things. And we've appreciated all the feedback that we've gotten thus far, and all of the commissioners, and what a better project it's made up till this point and what you see today. So
it is a great project. It's absolutely great. I don't mind the new plaza. I think with the stairs coming down from the food terrace and landing in that place, I think it's a great compromise. I think it's really good. Everything you guys have done are great. It's just, I'm concerned about this, and I haven't been sold on its necessity. And I know, I was the only person that voted not to allow the grocery store we had to be changed into a lab space. So I value the fact that we need a grocery store here, and we want a grocery store here. But what decisions we make, if we do this, we have to live with the rest of our lives. Unless we can get the grocery store to agree to close that ramp after it's deemed unnecessary and dangerous. But that's something we would have to do down the road, and possibly after someone's been injured. And I don't know that I want to take that responsibility. So, I'm very torn. I know economically I don't want to do this, but I think by making this motion as I have, it will give us a sense as a commission to make a decision on what we feel is important and what are the key subjects, and that'll kind of give you guys the opportunity. If we, appeal it, I would suggest that staff try to get it on a council meeting, a special meeting if they have to free one. I don't know, that's up to them to do, but to try to streamline it and speed it through. So reluctantly, I'm going to make my motion again.
Chair Keller?
Sure. Should we close the
public hearing? Yes, please.
Okay. So let's close the public hearing. If I'd like to,
Chair Keller, sorry, Charlie. Could you just check with your fellow commissioners, make sure that nobody else has any other? Thank you.
I was just going to do that. Thank you. So are there any other comments from anybody before we close the comment? Go ahead, Commissioner Mendez, or Vice Chair Mendez, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I just wanted to bring up the fact that you asked Fair and Pierce if they studied the traffic flow without this north ramp, and they said no, they didn't consider that. So we kind of don't have the complete facts as if this ramp is needed or not, because they only studied it with the ramp there and not without it. So that's just something I wanted to bring up and kind of remind everyone that Fair and Pierce did say that.
Thank you. That was a direct question to get that, to find out if we had all that. Go ahead.
I just want to clarify that was not part of the direction that staff gave to Fair and Pierce. Their direction was to analyze the proposed project and not to analyze alternatives. So
that's understandable.
And they were not specifically, they were not asked to determine whether the ramp was necessary or not.
And we can appreciate that. The bottom line is the commission still doesn't have the data we need to make a decision. And if we want to throw it back and ask for them to study all these things, we can do that, but that's even going to take this project out farther than it was. So as a commission, we don't get asked what questions we want answered in a study report. But the thing is we're being asked to make decisions. We don't have complete facts, whether they were asked to be acquired or not. No one can tell me if that ramp is physically needed to maintain the parking, the traffic flow and just not. No one can tell me if we have any idea of how much bike and pedestrian traffic is going to come over that bridge once the build out of the east side of the railroad tracks is done. So I can't make a decision. So the only thing I can make a decision on is the information that I've been given tonight. And that's what I have to do. So is there anyone else that'd like to make comment, add to this conversation? It's really the time and it's really important. Go ahead, Commissioner Dram.
I think by removing that ramp, we're gonna have 10 to 15 more parkings. That it would help the project also to sell more. So giving that, it would be nice to have a couple of parkings from Teaser back to Plaza if it's possible, but I don't think it is. Just that's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Simons.
Thank you, Chair Keller. I'd just like to say that I guess so when we're offering motions, I think I'm going to, offer a motion as well to approve the project as presented. So I just want to make sure at the point when we're doing that, because I feel like a number of commissioners weighed in, in mixed but overall support of the project. So I want to make sure folks get a chance to vote on the question as it was brought to us as well. So when that happens,
Right. Well, the way it works is we make a motion. If there's a second on that motion, we vote on it. If the motion passes, then it passes. If the motion doesn't pass, then we open it up for a secondary motion.
Chair Keller, can I clarify the procedure? Sure. A motion can be made and seconded. And if the motion is made and seconded, you then have a motion on the floor. At that point, another member of the commission does have the opportunity to make what's called a substitute motion before the commission votes on the first motion.
Okay.
The substitute motion, of course, also has to be seconded because no motion is valid unless it's seconded. If the substitute motion is seconded, then under Robert's Rules of Order, the commission first votes on the substitute motion. If the substitute motion passes, then the commission does not go back to the original motion. If the substitute motion does not pass, then the commission goes back and votes on the original motion. And I can ask the city attorney if she'd like to clarify that, but I believe that's the procedure, and we have done that in the past.
That's absolutely correct. Thank you, Charlie. That was a very nice recitation of Robert's Rules. I would add that there is one step between the initial motion and any substitute motion, which is the commissioner that would make the substitute motion would ask the commissioner who made the first motion for a friendly amendment. And if a friendly amendment is rejected, then that commissioner would then go ahead and make a substitute motion.
And what do we do in the friendly amendment? What's the part that happens there?
It doesn't sound like it's going to happen here, but for example, if Commissioner Simons wanted to amend your motion to, or ask you to amend your motion to say, well, I'd like to approve the project as proposed with the condition of approval to remove the ramp, but, and then include some other condition, he could do that. It would just be a friendly amendment to your, and you could either accept that or you could say, no, I don't accept that. I want my motion to stand.
And I believe, if I may, I believe the seconder also needs to.
And the seconder also needs to accept it, yes.
Right. Got it. Okay, so we have closed, let's close the public hearing, bring it back to the commission. I'd like to make the motion again, as I did in the past, that we approve the project as presented with the added condition of approval that the north ramp be removed and that Bay Street south of Ohlone Way remain closed to traffic.
I will second again.
So Commissioner Simon, would you like to make a substitute motion?
I would. I'd like to make a substitute motion to approve the project.
First, first, if you have an amendment that you would like to make, please do so first. Otherwise, if you don't have a friendly amendment, just state for the record, no friendly amendment requested. I would like a full substitute. Thank you.
I don't have a friendly amendment, unfortunately.
So what would your motion be?
My motion is to approve the project as presented. I think the applicant has, really compromised a lot, and I assume if there's any way they can make the project happen without the ramp, they would be doing so. I think overall, it's a good project for the city. And we live in the world as it is, the world that's not the world as we wish it to be. I think overall, I'd like to see this move forward. So.
Very good. And does anyone second Commissioner Simon's motion? Okay, I'm not seeing a second on that. So can we have a vote on the first motion?
Right. On the motion that is on the floor to approve the project with the condition that the ramp, north ramp be removed and that Ohlone Way, Bay Street not be opened south of Ohlone Way. Commissioner Chafe?
Aye.
Commissioner Dram?
Aye. Thank you.
Commissioner Guitoni? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Simons?
Nay.
Commissioner Zebko?
Aye.
Vice Chair Mendez
Aye.
and Chair Keller.
A very reluctant aye. I'm really sorry, guys. I know it's not where we want to go with this. 6 ayes, 1 no. The application is approved with the added condition for the removal of the north ramp and that Bay Street not be open south from Ohlone Way. This decision may be appealed to the City Council within 15 days. Thank you all so much, and I truly am sorry. And hopefully we'll get this through. Okay, we can move on to the study session items. Section 10, 10.1 has been continued to a future agenda. So we will move on to 10.2, 5850 Shellman Life Sciences Tower. Do we need a break, anybody? Yes. Okay, Commissioner Jerome. Okay, we will return, let's say at 9:35. Call the meeting back into session and hear a presentation on item 10.2, 5850 Shellman Life Science Tower. Take it away.
And Miru will be doing the presentation along with Chad Smalley.
Okay, can you see all my screen at this time?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so this is a second study session on 5850 Shellman Life Science Tower. The commission reviewed this project back in August of last year, and it involves demolition of an existing 61,000 square foot office building and construction of a new 265-foot life science tower accommodating a little under 400,000 square feet of research and development space on a 1.49 acre parcel. One of the key policy questions that the commission needs to address is regarding a mix of uses, and that is the focus of this second study session. As the parcel size is between 1 and 5 acres, the proposal needs to include a mix of uses, one of which must be residential, as the zoning district here is MUR, mixed use with residential. A single use is permitted provided that the following finding can be made: that the applicant has convincingly demonstrated that it is infeasible to develop a project with a mix of use groups on the site. So just as a reminder, a quick background of what the project is and where it is. So as I mentioned, this is 5850 Shellman Way. You can see the location of the site. The parcel size is 1.49 acres, and there's an existing two-story building. This is the site plan. Basically, the entry and exit are off Christie Avenue, and the lobby is at the corner of Shellman Way and Christie Avenue. Again, today's focus for the study session is not so much site planning or even the building design, but the issue of mix of uses. So this is kind of the building section, and this is a very preliminary building rendering. A quick recap of the commission comments from last year. 3 public comments from the residents of Christie Commons and PPP raised concerns regarding proposal's height, potentially increased traffic, wind impacts, and the need to provide amenities that would benefit the community was expressed. They also questioned the explanation provided at that time by the applicant regarding why housing was not possible at the site. The commissioners were not opposed to the life science tower per se, and offered a number of suggestions, including adding retail and/or community-oriented ground floor active users, and basically providing neighborhoods residents with amenities that they could enjoy. However, the commission expressed skepticism at the applicant's claim that the residential use would be infeasible at this site, and directed the applicant to provide a comprehensive analysis showing that. So in response, the applicant did provide an analysis, and this has been peer-reviewed by the city's consultant, Economic and Planning Systems. With this, I'm going to hand over to Chad, who will look into the analysis that the applicant provided, as well as the peer review study.
Thank you, Miru, and good evening, Chair and Commissioners. I'm Chad Smalley. I'm the Economic Development and Housing Manager with the city. As Miru mentioned, at the Commissioner's request, the applicant prepared an analysis which included an overview of the multifamily residential development market in the city of Emeryville, as well as a comparison to the broader regional market. Their analysis, the core of their analysis is really looking at the 244 unit mixed use project that was previously proposed at this site. And it analyzes that under 3 scenarios: a base case, which is just as it was proposed and under the existing planning requirements. They also analyzed it for a reduced affordability requirement where they would provide 20 affordable units instead of the 29 that is required. And they also analyzed it with the removal of all fees, including building permitting and impact fees, which results in 11.1 million worth of costs being deducted from the pro forma. That analysis that the applicant conducted finds that all three of those cases are infeasible to develop because they result in a return on cost of 4.76 to 5.09%. And the applicant states in their analysis that investors would require a near 6% return on cost figure in order to underwrite the project. And the reason that the return on cost clocks in that range is that the estimated development costs and their estimated rents are insufficient to yield the return on cost necessary to attract a capital investment. Next slide, please, Miru. So the city engaged Economic and Planning Systems, EPS, to take a look at this analysis and check it out and prove it up. And the key findings of EPS's review is as follows. First, they find that mixing residential and life science on a property of this size in a vertical configuration would be infeasible, largely because there is no precedent for that and just the logistical concerns of stacking residential and lab spaces. The applicant's analysis of the 244 unit building is reasonable, and they unpacked all of the assumptions that go into that. The rents that they are proposed that and we only analyzed the base case because for all intents and purposes, that's the reality. There's not really a scenario where we can eliminate all our fees, for example. The applicant provided that, I think, by way of a sort of sensitivity analysis, but for this kind of analysis, it makes sense to look at what the planning regulations require. So the base case is what we reviewed. And in the applicant's model, they project rents that are 15% above the current market rate for similar units. And EPS found that reasonable because it's a brand new building and it was proposed with some nice amenities. On the cost side, there's really two big components. There's the construction cost. EPS found that applicant's estimate maybe was a little optimistic. They were analyzing on a basis of about $99 million for this project. The data we reviewed indicated it'd be closer to 113 million. On the land cost side, their estimates were reasonable at 14.8 million per acre, which is in the range of other transactions for similarly zoned properties in Emeryville between 2016 and 2021, which range between 11.3 and 28.4 million per acre. As I mentioned earlier, the applicant said that the capital markets would require nearly 6% return on cost returns to invest in a project like this. EPS finds that the real return on cost can be as low as 5%, and projects do get underwritten at that rate. But the base case analysis using the above assumptions doesn't meet that 5% return on cost until its fourth year of operations. And so the real rate of return is unlikely to be met at 5% because that's 4 years out. And so the sum total of all of this is that the applicant's underpinning math, their assumptions are reasonable and supportable, and a significant market shift would be required to make that 244 unit residential project feasible. Next slide, please. Now, there are some qualifiers to this in that we did not test or model, and the applicant didn't propose a less dense project, something less than 244 units. That said, presumably, because that was a real proposal that was advanced, and brought to the commission some time ago, it presumably is the sweet spot as far as what the yield could be for a residential project. And I understand from the prior study sessions and dialogue with the applicant that they did look at more density, and those didn't perform as well as the 244 unit product. So we're not sure about a less dense project, but it stands to reason that what was advanced was the best case scenario. EPS did some sensitivity testing to understand, well, we know that the rents aren't there and the costs aren't there, and these two things are what's causing this to be infeasible. So, well, what would it take? What kind of market shift is required in order to make this pencil? And the answer is that a 15% increase in rents over what was estimated would be potentially feasible. Now, keep in mind that would be 30% over what the market rents are now. And 15% above that is reasonable for purposes of a brand new and well amenitized project, but an additional 15% is not something likely to be achieved today. You could potentially arrive at a feasible project with a 10% increase in the estimated rents, plus some reduction in the construction costs. Again, we felt their construction costs were a little optimistic, but presuming this gap is closing between the rents and construction costs, and a land cost slightly less at 19 million, still within the range of recent transactions, that could potentially be feasible. And it's worth noting that these cost and rent factors aren't unique to this project or this particular piece of land. This analysis is being conducted on a single site, and every site is unique. But we all know that costs are high, and the rents, at least currently, are having difficulty supporting the construction costs for multifamily residential construction. And one evidence of this is that between February of last year and January of this year, according to CoStar, which is a data source used by developers and real estate professionals, there were 14 multifamily project starts in the county. 5 of those were 100% affordable projects. And those projects, because largely they're supported by tax credits and other funding sources, they're not as sensitive to market, and their rents are predetermined. So they have wholly different economics that allow them to proceed. So between August of 21 and January of this year, there were only 4 market rate multi-story residential projects that were started in the county. And as by way of comparison, between January and December of 2019, granted pre-COVID years, there was 21 market rate multi-story residential projects in the county that were started. So this is something that's being experienced regionally. Next slide, please. So that concludes my portion of the presentation. When we get to the end here, if you have detailed questions, Benjamin Sigmund of EPS, I believe, is on the call and can answer any questions you may have about their analysis. Thanks.
Thanks, Chad. And essentially the only issue to be considered and in front of the commission today is that given the above analysis, does the commission feel that excluding residential use at this location is appropriate, and that the commission can make the finding that the applicant has convincingly demonstrated that it is infeasible to develop a project with mix of uses that includes residential? So that concludes my presentation, and we are available for questions.
Very good, Maria and Chad. Thank you very much. Good to see you, Chad. I see you very often. So are there any questions of staff from the commission? Go ahead, Commissioner Tate.
Thank you. Thanks very much for the clear presentations. A few things I'm still struggling to understand. So it seems like we're talking about a mix of uses here that includes residential. And what I understand is that we were presented with an analysis of 100% residential. Was there any other analysis done of other mixes of use?
Commissioner Chef, the 244 residential project, it was primarily a residential project, but it did include a mix. There was, if my memory serves me right, about 20,000 square feet of ground floor commercial spaces.
Okay, so when we say 244 was optimized, that's including a mix. That was an optimized mix of uses. That's the way we should read that one. Okay.
Optimized for residential.
I
would note that in terms of other work that we're doing in this space, the residential or the retail space is actually a pretty significant drag on the pro formas that we're seeing, because it actually performs in some ways worse than residential in those types of projects. Okay. So it was optimized in the sense that it had minimal amounts of retail space proposed.
Okay, interesting. So basically, what I'm taking away from this last comment is that residential is really expensive to build, but it actually could have better returns than retail?
In a vertical mixed use arrangement, yes.
Okay. Is there anything that's performing well?
Life science.
Alone. Interesting. Okay. And then just to clarify too, I think I know the answer to this, but to make sure it's been considered, most of what I've read, and apologies if I missed this, is around renting residential. Can you speak to selling residential units and whether that's being considered in this analysis?
We did not consider that in this analysis. I did have a conversation with EPS about this, and perhaps Ben can chime in at this point if he's here, because I can't recall what the conclusion of that was, but I believe it was that ownership housing is even more difficult than rental to make pencil.
Go ahead, Ben.
Good evening, Chair, Commissioners. Ben Sigmund with Economic and Planning Systems. Thanks for having me tonight. So on the topic of the condominiums, very rare, right? We find townhomes, we find smaller condominiums that work in the East Bay market, inner East Bay market, but a 244 unit condominium it hasn't been developed in years. The primary reason is that the condo financials sort of live or die by the absorption, how quickly you can sell the units. And when you're competing against single family homes, selling out a 200 plus unit building in a year is just highly unlikely. So you're sitting on that investment and the return isn't coming back. So we just don't see developers building them. I have clients that are looking at them, but the price points are so high that the market will steer towards single family. It's just very challenging. We see them in the city, but they're not happening over here. So while we did consider that possibility, we didn't even really put math on the page to analyze it because we're not seeing it in the market.
Okay, interesting. I mean, in your judgment, do you think that it would be useful to pencil that out, like to get those numbers, even if it is unusual to see?
I really don't think it's necessary. There's really no precedent for condo buildings at that magnitude, in the East Bay in recent years. Like I say, lots of condos at a smaller scale, but condominium towers just haven't proven market ready.
Okay. Great. I think I had one more question. Right. Okay. Parking. So there's some parking built into the project right now. Was there an analysis done to remove all parking from the project and how that might affect the mix of uses?
No. I mean, EPS is, the direction we gave to EPS was to analyze, essentially peer review what the applicant proposed. And it had an amount of parking that escapes me at the moment. Removal of all parking isn't something we would likely test because that introduces another factor, which is that then those are even more difficult to finance, or would be much more difficult to finance. A building without any parking would be difficult to attract the attention of the capital market for fear that they won't sell or rent.
Great. Okay, those are all my questions for now. Thanks very much.
Very good, thank you. And any other questions from the commission? Commissioner Graham, were you just adjusting your headset?
Yes, I was.
Okay.
Thank you.
I don't see any hands up. Chad, I'll start with my question. If we could go to page 10, just go back one page. So we're looking at the figures here of this last cycle, February to January, 14 projects started, and with 4 only started in June to January 2022, and then what was done in 2019. I'm just wondering, knowing that we all go through this process of approving projects, and then we often see them get approved, and then the person who gets the entitlements tries to sell the project and this and that. So could there be other forces at play here in terms of timing that projects haven't been presented to where they would break ground in this time? It just seems like there's so many reasons why projects don't start once they're approved, or why they don't come, that are not based in economics per se, but the company decides to sell. We approved 6 condos on, what was it, Doyle Street or something years ago. And then immediately approved it, this for sale sign went up, and then that went down and nothing happened. So are there other market forces that could be at play here that don't indicate that these projects haven't started strictly because of cost? I mean, is that a possibility?
Yeah, I think it's a possibility. Really every situation is unique too. It's difficult to make sort of broad brush statements about this because there's, to your point, there are so many factors that are converging in different situations here. I don't know, Ben, if you have anything to add to that.
Well, I thank you, Chad. I would just add that this is a trend that we're seeing in the region. Over the last 3 or 4 years, construction costs have continued to escalate at a rapid pace, while residential rents in multifamily buildings have really flattened off, and it's made the opportunity for residential development, multifamily dense development, much more challenging. So owners or development entities that have acquired sites and at a low cost may have an advantage. There are other site-specific reasons that projects may be advantaged, but we are seeing a definitive slowdown in multifamily starts, and we just tried to pull a few data to try to illustrate that for the group. But we're going to look around and we're going to find a few projects that are going forward for different reasons, but this is a regional trend that we've observed.
Okay, very good, thanks. Any other questions, Commissioner Simons? No?
Sure, thanks so much, Chair Keller. I think this is the most important item that's been brought before us in the last year or two, and should guide every single decision when we're thinking about plans for Emeryville. I guess my question would be, so what are our options for, what do we do about this? I mean, can we say, you can double the amount of units you can build if you build in 5 years, or your fees go down by half? I mean, if we're going to hit any of our quality of life, air quality, climate change, affordability goals, we've got to build apartments for families to live in. I think this is just, it's sort of eye-opening and a disaster for the Bay Area that it's gotten just totally impossible to build multifamily housing. So what do we do here? Charlie, please let us know.
So I don't know if that's a question for Chad or Ben or both.
Whomever.
That's a pretty big policy question. I mean, this is something that's, this is a case, this is a point in time, and there are things that, all of these things are in motion Construction costs don't stay still, and neither do rents. It might be, shocking to hear that rents are too low to build multifamily residential right now. But the important thing to know is that the rents are too low relative to costs and return demanded by the capital markets to finance these things, and all of that can move. So I think, and they will move. They will move in response to market pressures. The city can do things on the cost side to impact the feasibility of these, but in general, those changes sort of happen at the margins. But it is something to keep in mind, and definitely is a timely conversation as you'll be dealing with the housing element in the coming months.
Okay, very good. Does that work for you, Commissioner Simons?
Yeah, I think my just long-term concern is that we're going to build labs on every high-quality available site in Emeryville
we can discuss that.
So
yeah, we can discuss that when we get into our comments. But yeah, it's definitely a big concern that we need to verbalize. Are there any other clarifying questions for the applicant? Commissioner Chafe?
Yes, sorry. I know you haven't had a chance to go yet, Chair Keller, but and feel free to put this off to after yours. But I guess I'm left wondering, what is it? Is it something about this site? Like, if you had to characterize your takeaway from this analysis and the analysis of the analysis, is there something that we should know about this site that sets it apart from other situations, or is it more of a regional thing, as we were just discussing? Do you have a judgment on that? Can we come down one side or the other on whether it's just a regional trend issue or if it's something unique to this site?
It's in my opinion, and I want to be clear that it's just my opinion. In my opinion, it's both. On one hand, it's this site because it's of a size that doesn't lend itself well to mixing lab and residential on one site. So you have on the one hand something that's relatively profitable to build, something that's not profitable to build, but you don't have the opportunity to cross-subsidize those uses because the site's too small. But it's also, to reiterate, it is a regional issue at this point. So it's this site's size, it's this site's cost, it's also this trend that we are seeing across the broader marketplace. And so at this point in time on this particular site, it doesn't appear that residential, multifamily residential of that scale is feasible.
Thank you.
Very good. Commissioner Guitoni.
Yes, I have a question for Chad. Following up a little bit on Commissioner Chafe's question, are there any uses besides biotech that you could see in this area being a little more compatible with residential?
Compatible with residential on a site of this size, I don't want to venture a guess to that, really, to be honest. I mean, it's difficult for me to imagine how you might configure something that mixes. I mean, effectively, you're left with, if not retail, and we know that retail is difficult right now to build, you're sort of left with office. And office is really under pressure as well. I mean, one of the saving graces of Emeryville's market is that our office market is being supported effectively by life science right now, because that work has to happen in person. And there's, not a lot of, it's starting to change, but there's still a lot of folks that are not working from offices, and and everyone's reevaluating their need for that kind of commercial space. We are in a really unique point in time. I mean, coming out of a pandemic where everybody works, everybody that can is working from home, is a strange sort of dislocated market to have to consider those sorts of things.
Okay, anything else?
If I could, Chair Keller?
Sure.
I would just note that if the question was about
physical compatibility as opposed to economic compatibility. I think the previous proposal for the site was an example of that. Granted, it was primarily a residential project, but it did have a non-residential component on the ground floor, which I believe part of that was a proposed community room and some other sort of unspecified commercial space, probably retail, possibly office. So I think physically it can be done, but again, that was predominantly a residential project with a little bit of non-residential space on the ground floor. So I think it's physically possible, but as this analysis shows, probably not at the moment economically possible.
Correct. Okay, very good. I don't have any more questions for the staff. So if the applicant wants to give us their presentation, they can go ahead.
They've all been promoted to the panel, so they should be ready to go. Whoever is making the presentation or whoever has the PowerPoint, you can share your screen.
That would be me. Bear with me 1 second while I get this up on the screen. Okay, please let me know if everyone can see that.
Yes, we can.
We can see it.
Fantastic. Well, good evening, everyone. Good evening, planning commissioners. Thank you again for your time. I'm sorry that you have 2 meetings in a row that are going a little late and a little long this evening. But it's very nice to be here in front of you again with the opportunity to continue the discussion around our proposed life science development at 5850 Shell Mound Way. First I want to say thank you to Maru and Chad and Charles as well for their staff report, and also to Ben and Chinmay from Economic and Planning Systems. They spent a lot of time working and reviewing the analysis that we compiled. Trying to get the slides to shift here. So my name is Mike Lee. I'm from CA Ventures, and I'm joined this evening by Russ Brenner, who's the president of our CA Health and Science Trust, as well as Pete Hoffman, a senior investment analyst at CA, and Mike Keel, who is our lead architect from SCB on the life science project. Following the presentation the staff just provided, we want to take some time this evening to walk through a few of the key findings in the residential analysis that we provided, which ultimately led us to conclude that a mix of uses incorporating residential at the site is not currently feasible at 5850 Shell Mound Way. Before we go into that, though, just as a kind of quick overview and reminder, CA is a global real estate investment management company founded in 2004. We're headquartered in Chicago. Our business is focused on development, investment, and management of real assets at an institutional level. We do this across a number of real estate asset classes, which we tend to refer to as verticals, and these include multifamily, student housing, senior living, medical office, stroke life science, as well as industrial. The 5850 project is part of our CA Health and Science Trust, which is a private REIT, which formed in 2021 with the goal of investing in healthcare assets across the country. It's led by Russ Brenner, who's on the call with us today, and also has a team of dedicated experts here in Chicago with experience in the asset class and a focus on delivering best-in-class medical office and life science facilities across the country. So while we could go on at length about CA and the goals of CAST, the real focal point of the meeting is to demonstrate why a mix of uses, including residential, isn't feasible at the project site in our mind. As we'll seek to demonstrate in the following discussion, we believe it's not feasible to develop a project with residential mix of uses due to land values and construction costs, which are not supported by current rental levels in Emeryville, and individual site constraints posed by 5850, which would not allow for a mix of uses in multiple structures. The thesis has not been developed as a result of just recently becoming involved in the project. As the staff report alluded to, the previous residential iteration of the project was a project that we were involved in early on. We touched the we touched the historical involvement at the August Planning Commission, but to kind of delve into it a little bit more, just so that it's fully understood the level of time, effort, and resources that the wider CA group put into the project during its residential iteration. We want to kind of expand on that again. So we began our involvement in 2018 when it was contemplated as a multifamily development within our residential vertical. And at the time, the design as presented to us via a brokered process was for a little over 200 units with ground floor retail, as we've said. But we eventually, after going under contract on the land, began running into issues with capitalizing the project due to rising construction costs and unfavorable rental trends at the time, and that was in 2018, 2019. So as a result, we ended up testing multiple different designs, including bringing in an entirely new architectural firm to try and find a design that provided the highest and best use from a residential standpoint with a mix of some other commercial uses, which was retail at the time. And ultimately, we concluded that it was infeasible, unfortunately, even at that time. We looked at the possibility, as Chad mentioned, of adding additional density to the site. But as the site went vertical, the cost of erecting a tower offset the benefit of the additional density. And so we eventually came to the conclusion that the highest and best use was the mid-rise 244 unit project. But the relationship between costs, between rents and construction costs, just wouldn't support the financially feasible project at the time. In the fall of 2020, after about 2 years of incurring costs trying to create a feasible project, we concluded and decided to step away from the contract so that we didn't continue to incur other pursuit costs and elected to put the pens down effectively. Then in 2021, at the very beginning of the year, we re-engaged with the landowner to begin exploring whether or not we could incorporate life science into the site with residential, since life science was at the time in 2021 and still to this day a more profitable use that we're seeing in the market, and more profitable meaning from an economic standpoint, being able to find capital markets that can actually finance the development of life sciences. But rather quickly, when we went through that process, we realized that the size of the site at only 1.5 acres and the asymmetrical orientation of the site did not allow for 2 standalone buildings on the site. And furthermore, speaking with brokers and tenant reps in the market, we were informed that residential and life sciences would not be feasible to incorporate into a single vertical tower for some of the reasons that Chad has previously identified in their staff report. It was at that time, or at this time I should say, that we had fully concluded that neither residential nor a mix of uses with residential was feasible at 5850, and we therefore began to explore a project anchored solely by life science with a mix of uses to provide ground floor amenities that would be open to both the tenants within the building and to the public. Unfortunately, we cannot change the size and shape of our site to allow for 2 standalone buildings, nor for the reasons that I'll come on to cover here in a second, do we see the relationship between rents and construction costs shifting materially to the point where a primarily residential project at 5850 would be feasible in the near to medium term. So our analysis of the Emeryville residential market, during our analysis of it, we looked at Emeryville as well as a number of the other submarkets in the East Bay. Compared to the other submarkets in the East Bay, Emeryville has a relatively small rental housing market based on just purely the number of units when compared to Oakland, Berkeley, Fremont, and Hayward. And since the market is relatively small in comparison, the availability of land is scarce. And Emeryville has only seen, on average, 1 or 2 major residential projects every few years. In fact, I think the last standalone residential project of scale, and scale being about 50 units or more, was actually the Avalon, which began construction in 2017. Now, I want to be clear, though, that we're acknowledging that we're not saying that Emeryville doesn't have residential developments in the pipeline or can't support residential development at all. There's clearly projects of either a smaller scale that are being developed And there are also proposed residential developments of a larger scale in that 50 plus unit threshold that also fall within similar mixed use residential zoning. The main difference though between the proposed projects that are currently under development at a scale similar to what we're proposing and that of 5850 is that those residential projects are part of larger sites that can support multiple standalone uses and allow for the cost of residential to be offset slightly by other more profitable uses like life sciences, as Chad alluded to in his staff report. So the question we then sort of asked ourselves when looking at this information and coming to this conclusion ourselves was, why has there been no large standalone residential developments since 2017? Or that have started since 2017. And the primary reason is because we saw rents in Emeryville peak in 2018 and then began to decrease in 2019, even before the pandemic started in March of 2020. The impact of the pandemic obviously accelerated the rental declines, as you can see in the top graph on this slide. And while rents rebounded following the initial shock of the pandemic, they never bounced back to pre-pandemic levels, and in fact, decreased again after that initial bounce back, and more recently have stagnated, kind of like Ben alluded to in one of his comments earlier. So where we previously had an imbalance between the rents needed to justify construction costs on a standalone residential project of reasonable scale, the recent rental trends coupled with the construction costs, which have continued to rise, has created an even larger gap that needs to be overcome to make a residential project, or primarily residential project at 5850 feasible. So what was initially a difficult project to capitalize as a solely residential development in 2018, from 2018 to 2020, has in our mind only become more difficult because of the stagnating rents and increasing construction costs. The stagnation that I previously mentioned can be seen here on this slide in the 5-year compound annual growth rate of versus the construction cost growth, where construction costs have grown at 5% annually, while rents, because of the pandemic and an initial drop in 2019, have effectively been flat over the course of 2017 up until today. The 4% growth that we saw in 2021 was that rebound and was helped to decrease the cost, the gap between the uptick in construction costs. But obviously, again, it was followed by a further slight decline that we've seen and a little bit of stagnation. And so while construction costs have continued to rise, unfortunately. And so these trends remain difficult for capital markets to underwrite, and will further require residential to be developed on sites that can support 2 or more standalone mixed uses. As we've looked at increasing gap between rents and construction costs over the past few years, it's difficult to see a scenario where a residential project at 5850 would become feasible on a standalone basis anytime in that near to medium term, like I said previously. After looking at the situation in Emeryville and understanding the limitations of the Emeryville market, from a rental perspective, we wanted to look to see if the similar trend was happening across the East Bay markets or other markets in the East Bay, and we focused primarily on the Oakland, Berkeley, and Fremont/Hayward markets. And looking at the rental trends for all of those markets, each show a similar trend to Emeryville, with strong growth from up until 2017. And then a little bit more modest growth and almost stagnating kind of from 2018 onward. All of these markets in the East Bay were impacted by COVID in a similar way, seeing rental decreases and subsequent rebounds, and also more recent stagnation, all similar to Emeryville. But unlike Emeryville, none of the other markets really began to see that rental decline just prior to the pandemic. So one thing that, as we look at this information, that struck us as surprising, is probably striking many of you as surprising, is seeing the market rental growth chart and seeing that Emeryville sits atop all the other 3 submarkets from an average rent perspective. This is a little bit skewed by the data set, and it's largely driven by the fact that Emeryville is a smaller market in terms of total number of units, but also because the age of the Emeryville market is a slightly newer stock than the larger markets like Oakland and Berkeley and Fremont and Hayward. So a better comparison would be actually to look at the rents per square foot charged in each of these submarkets, where Emeryville falls below Berkeley and Oakland on a rent per square foot basis, but is higher than Fremont Hayward, which aligns more with what our expectations were. But because of the aforementioned data skew, we believed it would be more appropriate to compare the submarkets with an emphasis on new developments of a similar size and scale to what we were proposing to develop at 5850, so higher density projects. Therefore, we looked at the available data on high quality properties of 50 units or more that have been built after 2000 to compare Emeryville with the other submarkets. And one thing that stood out to us in this analysis is that nearly half of Emeryville's roughly 3,500 rental units all fall within this data set. And if you bring that dial back a little bit, just by a couple of years, it encompasses almost the entire Emeryville housing stock. So it does show that Emeryville is a relatively younger housing stock compared to other markets in the East Bay. Now, now that we can kind of better compare the numbers here, like for like, one of the things that stands out amongst the data set and looking at Emeryville as it sits and how it sits in its place across other markets in the East Bay is that Emeryville has larger unit sizes on average, rents that are below Oakland and Berkeley but above Fremont and Hayward. And ultimately, this all dials back to a rent per square foot that is closer to Fremont Hayward than to Berkeley and Oakland. We like to think about rent on a rent per square foot basis because we also think about development costs on a per square foot basis. And the more efficient you can make a building design, and the more you can increase the rents per square foot that you can achieve, the more likely you'll be able to actually make the development pro forma pencil and come up with an economically viable project. So when we looked at all this historic data and looked at the historic deliveries, as well as the development pipeline for these submarkets, one of the things that we could see is that the higher rents per square foot in Oakland and Berkeley allowed for a greater number of residential units to be delivered historically and a slightly more robust development pipeline going forward. Yes, Ben had mentioned that obviously there's been a trailing off of the deliveries and the construction starts, but it's clear that there's a rental level and a cost basis in each of those markets that is currently supporting some development starts. In Oakland especially, we're seeing new developments that are being underwritten at rents that are sometimes north of $5 or even $6 per square foot. So considerable increases over some of the averages, but lofty aspirations for a lot of the developers. And those numbers are just not numbers that we're seeing in the Emeryville market. Fremont and Hayward has only seen an increase in development activity more recently, even though their rents per square foot are below Emeryville. And what we found when we looked into those new developments in more detail was that many of them are underpinned by lower land values compared to the other submarkets, or similar to some of the projects that are residential in Emeryville. They're underpinned by larger mixed-use master plans. And we included some analysis on that in the appendix to the staff report that we submitted to EPS in the city for their review. So with the market backdrop kind of set in this way, it brings us back to 5850 and the analysis as it pertains to our project site. Knowing that both Berkeley and Oakland are markets that have rents per square foot north of $4 a square foot on average, the goal when we looked at 5850, or as we've been looking at 5850 from a residential standpoint since 2018, was to create an efficient design that markedly decreased the unit sizes compared to the average Emeryville unit size, and therefore resulted in rents on a per square foot basis that would hopefully be closer to Oakland and Berkeley, where clearly there are some developments that are being able to be started. The hope for this more efficient design would be that we'd have a feasible project. And in the table you can see on this slide, we've decreased unit sizes on a comparative basis anywhere from 100 to about 150 square feet per unit, while marginally decreasing the chunk rents, which we would charge on a monthly basis, to effectively end up with rents per square foot that are above our next closest or best closest competitor, which is the Avalon. And the result is these untrended rents on a per square foot basis are greater than the Avalon. On the cost side of our underwrite in determining the infeasibility, we took a more aggressive approach as EPS has rightly identified when it came to underwriting the construction costs. We underwrote the lower of two updated cost quotes that we received from two different contractors. One of them was extremely aspirational, and we went with that one for the exact reason of trying to make a feasible project and try to realistically show whether or not, even with the most competitive cost quote we've seen in the market, if the numbers would still allow us to come up with a feasible development. Additionally, on this slide, it's worth noting that we've outlined the comparable land transactions, which Chad and Ben referred to in their staff report. And we believe these evidence the fact that the previous contracted purchase price was at market levels. Similar mixed-use residential zoned sites were sold, were sold as low as 12 million per acre and as high as 28 million per acre. And our purchase price was just under 15 million, so well within the range of the reasonable comp evidence. The aggressive inputs that we highlighted in the previous two slides ultimately fed into our base case development pro forma and resulted in returns that fell below the levels that would attract capital in our view. Capital markets would typically want to see income as a proportion to total costs, better known as the return on costs, as Chad noted, that are at least at a bare minimum 1.5% greater than current cap rates. And that usually translates into roughly an IRR of about levered IRR of about 18%. And so these two metrics are what we have used to benchmark our feasibility when looking at this project, and also is based on feedback from capital markets as we went out to them with this project in its various iterations over the course of the better part of the 2 years that we were looking at it from a residential perspective. And unfortunately, as Chad did highlight in our base case, we do not meet that ROC threshold. We're actually about half of it, and we're well below the minimum levered IRR threshold. And similarly, if we reduce the affordable units and include more market rate units, the improvement is only marginal. And Chad also mentioned, but not shown on this page, is the fact that we also cut the permitting costs to zero. And again, similarly, that did not have a benefit. It also wasn't it had a benefit, it was marginal, but it also probably wasn't a realistic scenario to completely reduce all city permitting and impact fees that a developer would typically pay on a project of this nature. To consider the feasibility of 5850 in a different frame of reference and in a similar way to how EPS, I believe, was considering feasibility in their write-up, we've attached this table which shows a sliding scale of land values and the impact those land values have on feasibility. And without changing any rents or other costs within our base case, we would need to acquire land at about $2.6 million per acre, or a 78% discount to other mixed-use residential land sales that have happened in that 2016 to 2021 period. EPS has also pointed out that rental increases or construction cost decreases could help to reduce the delta between the current comps and the feasibility of the land value. But unfortunately, at the current moment, the delta is so large in our view that would take a significant increase in rents or a significant decrease in costs to minimize that gap. And as evidenced previously, the trend has historically over the last few years not gone in a favorable direction. Therefore, it really does remain difficult to foresee how a standalone residential project would be feasible at any time in the short to medium term on this site. As touched on in the introduction.
Mike, can you excuse me a second? It's 10:30. Is your presentation going to go on a lot longer? Because what I understand, we have a lot of public comments that want to come on.
I have three more slides.
We'll wrap it up as soon as you can. We can get on to the other business.
Certainly.
Thank you.
So as I mentioned earlier, the focus, once we realized that a standalone project wasn't feasible, was then to look at a mix of uses on the site and what would allow us to offset the land cost on a residential basis to more profitable life science use. As highlighted, the constraints around the size and putting two separate buildings would not work, and we can't put a life science use within a residential tower or vice versa. Therefore, when we look to other sites around Emeryville and why or how they are successfully either developing or proposing to develop residential of a similar scale, each of the identifiable sites are materially larger than 5850 and can support a mix of uses in two or more physically separated structures. And so while, excuse me, go to the next slide. While this planning commission meeting is intended to focus solely on the question of the mix of use residential feasibility in the CUP, we also want to take a moment to end our presentation to touch briefly on high-level updates from the life science side of the equation. Since it has been a few months since we were at the planning commission last, and we were requested not to bring forward any new designs because this was to focus on the CUP. However, we've still been progressing our thoughts and our plans for the site, taking into consideration as many of the comments that we've received at the previous planning commission meeting, as well as feedback received during the community meeting, BPAC meeting, as well as some other individual meetings. And even though our proposed project has changed from a residential proposal put forward in 2018, the goal of improving the currently vacant 3-story office building that sits on the site into something that benefits Emeryville and serves as an entry point for the downtown core still remains the same. The above ground floors will house hopefully research and development activities, but our goal is for the ground floor and the public space to be to provide residential-like amenities that can be used morning, day, and night by tenants and residents alike. And we hope to do that by incorporating the bike lane along the north of the site, opening up the corner of Shellmount and Christie to green space and potentially public art. And our hope is to ultimately make 5850 feel like and truly be an extension of the public market by providing complementary retail and amenity offerings that everybody can use. And so obviously it is getting late, so we'll wrap it up there. And we hope that following this presentation this evening and listening to commentary from EPS and the analysis that we provided in the end of our at the appendix of the staff report, we hope that we've been able to convincingly demonstrate that a mix of uses, including residential at 5850, is not feasible at the current moment. And that we could, the commission would support the conditional use permit of our application.
Thank you very much. Sorry to rush you off like that, but if we go a half hour longer, I'm going to have to get permission from that commission to go.
The music started playing.
Yes, yeah. So are there any clarifying questions that the commission would like to ask the applicant? I don't see Henry or Erica's picture, so I can't see if they're raising their hand, but I don't see any raised hands. Okay. I do have a few questions. You kind of went back and forth, and I'm not quite sure. Do you guys own this property? Are you planning to purchase the property outright, or are you working in partnership with the landowner to develop the site?
2 out of the 3. We are under contract on the land site with the current landowner, and the intention is to work with the landowner to develop the site in partnership. And so we would come in and acquire the site jointly with the current owner.
Which that would usually indicate that you pay a lower price than market value for the property, is that right?
It would depend on the negotiation, especially if it's a marketed process.
Yeah, okay. And so if the desired requirement return on cost of housing is 6%, what is the projected or expected return on cost percentage for a life science project?
For a life science project, we're at about 6.5%.
So not much greater than what you would expect to get out of housing, even though life science is a very hot commodity right now.
Well, we would need to, for a housing project, for a multifamily project to be economically viable, we would need to be at a 6%. And the way the math works with that relationship between the ROC and the IRR, the slight 50 basis point increase in the ROC actually yields a pretty healthy difference in the levered IRR. Unfortunately, with the residential proposals, as we've looked at them over the past few years, we're not close to that 6% return on cost threshold. And so the delta as it sits today between a potential residential development and the return on cost we can achieve with the residential development versus the return on cost we can achieve with a life science development is much larger than what that 0.5% that it might seem on paper.
Yeah.
You might want it to be.
And the last question I have kind of tags on to Commissioner Simon's, and it's rhetorical, and because I know kind of the answer to something, but I think with you presenting this to us, a very compelling case, I want to ask you that if housing is truly and totally infeasible, meaning that all developers will have the same issue that you're having, unless they have a large enough site, which in Emeryville, we don't have a lot more sites that are 8, acres like Sherwin-Williams has. How do you suggest that cities meet their county imposed RHNA housing numbers? And how do you create a more balanced relationship between jobs and housing in communities like ours?
I think that one goes above my level of expertise, to be perfectly honest. So,
yeah, and asking the question is kind of putting it out there that those are balances that we as planning commissioners and policy makers of a city have to consider, that, the county has given us a higher RHNA level this coming phase than we had in the last phase, and we're only at 85% of our last phase. So those are issues that we have to look at, but I will end that there. And if there are no other clarifying questions from the commission, I want to ask Charlie a question before we open the public comment.
Certainly.
So Charlie, you had specified earlier in the day that we had quite a few speaker cards and et cetera for this item.
That's
so
right.
What I want to ask you is, we're being asked to look at this not as a project as a whole, but as the viability of a housing or mixed use project with housing. Should we keep the comments and questions from the public to that subject, or are we going to allow them to go express their concerns or questions on height, on traffic, and?
Well, I think I might defer to the city attorney on this, but my tendency would be to err on the side of allowing more comment than less.
I would agree with that as well. And also the item is scheduled for a study session. If you look at the agenda today, it says that a study session is reviewing a 14-story, 265-foot high building. So I would recommend just allowing all public comment tonight.
Okay. Just wanted to make clarification that. So we will open it for public comment on this item and remind speakers that they will have 3 minutes. I will ask the director to please watch the time on that and make sure that we keep speakers to that so we can get through this item hopefully before 11:30 tonight. So
we'll do our best. We don't have too many attendees right now. I have 10 online speaker cards that have come in over the last 3 days. I see one of those people in the attendee list, but they have not raised their hand right now. There is another person in the attendee list who has raised their hand, so I think I would call on that person first and see if the other person wishes to speak, and then I'll go ahead and read the online speaker card. So first is Ron Henme. Go ahead, please.
Good evening, and sorry to speak again, but I'm Rod Henme, resident of Christie Avenue, and I'm the design director of HKIT Architects, one of the leading affordable and senior housing firms. I understand the focus is on the market analysis, but I think it's never too early to bring up design concerns because I think the drawings show that the design is being developed now. I first want to thank you all for your concerns to improve the pedestrian environment and the friendly, intimate scale of Emeryville. And I'm extremely concerned about this proposal because of its lack of response to these issues. First, the height and massing. As identified by the general plan, Christie Avenue, north of Powell, is a green street with a strong pedestrian-friendly pattern. Buildings vary from 1 to 6 stories with the exception of PPP, which is 320 feet high but has a 200-foot setback. The street has a large number of residents and it's pleasant to walk. This building violates this character and drastically changes the nature of the street. A building that is more than 80% the height of PPP, but with no setback, will permanently damage the existing pedestrian quality. Secondly, traffic. More than 400 cars exiting and entering during rush hour at this point in the road will be a disaster. Christie narrows from 2 lanes to 1 right at the proposed garage entry, and the road also curves, creating a dangerous transition. There will be bottlenecks from the 400 cars. So some suggestions to consider. The designer's statement says the building steps down from west to east to the surface parking lot. Why prioritize a parking lot? Instead, flip your massing scheme so the low mass is along Christie and the taller building to the east. Secondly, the building is too tall for the size of the site. A common strategy by developers is to submit for more height than they intend. I suggest the Planning Commission ask for a substantial reduction in height, perhaps 1/3 or more. Thirdly, I don't see how it will be possible to resolve traffic using Christie or Shell Mountain from the current site. It's too small and too close to Shell Mountain Way. Instead, I suggest the design team and the city work together to figure out a way to use 59th Street as the entry exit by creating an easement through the 5890 Christie site. Signalize 59th Street, or work with the marketplace owners and perhaps take the cars east through the parking lot and then to 59th Street or to Shell Mountain Way or both. Finally, the city has leverage to ask for some true public benefits in order to achieve this huge bonus. Open space that is outside of the property line should not be considered at all. And one should really aim for substantive public benefits. Thank you, and I thank the Planning Commission for its concerns about maintaining the quality of our Emeryville neighborhoods and the character of Christie Avenue.
Thank you, Mr. Hemme. And did the other person wish to speak?
Lisa Findley, she has an online speaker card, so if she doesn't raise her hand, I will read the speaker card. And
very good. Can you demote Mr. Hemme?
I need to find him to do that. Oh, here we go. Okay. All right. So that appears to conclude the people in the attendee list who wish to speak. We now have these 10 online speaker cards, which I will read in the order that I received them. The first one is Nick Ribaudo, R-I-B-A-U-D-O. And he says, concerns on parking. Please pay special attention to the true parking requirements of this facility, infrastructure, and how this will be managed. A building of this height and capacity in this small corner of Christie Shell Mound will be difficult to accommodate appropriate parking. Parking spillover will drastically impact nearby buildings, communities, and homes. Concerns on traffic. This is not a very large street and with multiple nearby traffic lights and lane constraints. There is already a traffic issue on this corner due to the highway entrance, nearby shopping, and high density during daytime use. Concerns on height/curb appeal. The proposed building height towers over neighboring areas, homes, etc., creating significant shadows, lack of sun to many neighboring buildings. Additionally, there is curb appeal impacts to this area as the sheer height of the building is right on the sidewalk and not set back from the street to mitigate. The next comment is from Jessica Ludkemeyer. She says, I am an Emeryville resident who lives nearby this proposed project. I oppose the project because it's far too tall for the area and proximity to the street sidewalk and will cause far worse traffic problems in the direct area. Building height impacts curb appeal, shading in the area, view blockage, natural night, I believe she means light, into nearby homes, etc. The increased cars and foot traffic on this small corner with multiple traffic lights, short distances between, and crosswalks will significantly impact livability and traffic flow. I hope you will consider the impacts to traffic, parking, shade, views, and overall appeal. Thank you. Next one is from Moira, no last name. Hey neighbors, please consider the crazy impact of vehicle traffic for this proposed building. Perhaps reducing the height or adding a parking entrance on another side to help keep the area safe for foot traffic. Maybe the builders could sponsor a pedestrian bridge that goes over Powell Street as part of the deal. Thank you. Next comment is from Lisa Finley. I comment as an Emeryville homeowner, as resident within 200 feet of the site, and as a professor of architecture. The proposed project would be a huge mistake for Emeryville and for our neighborhood in particular. 1. Height FAR. From my point of view, the developers of this huge tower are using questionable, dare I say, cynical strategies for exceeding the zoning height limit. A significant proportion of the popos they propose is already in the public domain. And even if it were not, it is located at an intersection with heavy traffic, making it at most an aesthetic plaza for the entry as opposed to an actual usable public space for the residents of Emeryville. The commission must insist on real benefits for all of us from developers in order to trigger FAR increases. 2, relationship to sidewalk street. While this building is a bit shorter than PPP is 200 feet from the sidewalk. Even the taller buildings west of the freeway, like 2100 Powell, are set back significantly from the streets and sidewalks. The proposed project would loom as a wall immediately next to the sidewalk, making for an unpleasant and for Emeryville unprecedented hyper-urban edge. 3, traffic/neighborhood. Christie Avenue is designated a green street. This proposed exceedingly tall tower to the southeast of the street would impinge on that density in several ways. It will generate significant traffic and congestion along the street. It will cast shadows over the street and the Christie Avenue Park, especially during winter months, and it is quite simply out of scale with the street. 4, biotech buzz. There is a lot of biotech development buzz in Emeryville. Just a few years ago, pre-pandemic, the buzz and financial backing was about housing. I urge the commission to be cautious about the financial arguments for this type of building at this unprecedented time. There is already approval for biotech on the Market A and B sites, as well as the new facilities on Park. How much can our tiny town hold? And what is your responsibility to our community in the long term, in terms of mix of uses, not just within a specific site, but overall? 5, traffic parking. I echo the deep concerns of others about the impact of the proposal on both traffic and parking. In summary, I urge you to send these developers back to the drawing board. Let's see, next is Judy Krasnick. Hello, Planning Commission. Thank you for reading my comment card. I am a renter in the Christie Commons live work building and am opposed to the proposal to build a life sciences tower at the Shell Mound Christie location. due to the added traffic congestion it will bring to an already very busy and growing area. With residences, industry, multiple large shopping centers, and numerous hotels, vehicles back up at high traffic times of the day to access highway on and off ramps. This is an issue at both the Shellmount and Powell Street ramps, and it would become a more intense problem with the completion of several residential projects that are currently in progress. The tower will only magnify the congestion, bringing daily gridlock to the neighborhood streets and the highway access points. Thank you for your time, Judy Krasnick. Next is Sherman Lim. I am very concerned about the impact of this proposed project of other concern. Parking. The city will require 417 parking spaces. In order to encourage the use of public transit and bicycling, this is less than half the 759 spaces estimated given the size of the building. We know where all those extra cars will be trying to park. Traffic. And all those 417 cars will be entering and exiting at a single driveway located just across the street from the FedEx building, right after the traffic light where Christie narrows from 2 lanes to 1 lane. Height. The proposed building is about 85% the height of PPP, but PPP is set back 200 feet from Christie. This building would be right on the sidewalk. Pedestrian environment. Christie Avenue is designated a green street by the city. It is supposed to be a pedestrian and bicycle friendly street. It is hard to imagine this monster building contributing to that feeling. The next comment card is anonymous. I am a 10-plus year resident of Emeryville, and I'd like to voice my concern in opposition to the 5850 Shellmount Tower. In an already congested area, adding so many cars is without adequate parking spaces would fill the neighborhood streets. This area is intended to be a safe, friendly, and green neighborhood. The proposed tower would sit right up to the street, negating that open green space intention. We residents value our friendly neighborhood. Please reconsider. The next speaker card is also anonymous. This will increase property value and jobs in Emeryville in the long run. Biotech R&D in the technology industry right now is going through major transformation. It's not the same as old biotech in years past. It's a new generation of biotech. If we get it now, we can position Emeryville like South Bay, Silicon Valley. Next card is from Rena Beth Apostle. I strongly oppose the high-rise that is being considered for development on the corner of Shellmount and Christie, namely due to the amount of traffic which is already in the area, the amount of new housing developments and retail entertainment establishments that have already been built without an adequate amount of parking spaces has left many of the streets full at all hours of the day. The traffic in the area has increased quite a bit due to locals and residents of neighboring cities being offered multiple restaurants to dine, a mall to shop, parks to visit, etc. Though this may be good from a financial standpoint in the city, it has also created congestion in our already small but populated city. This specific building is near intersections that have long been problematic traffic-wise and is unclear in what it offers the Emeryville community. Having been witness to several families and even preschool and daycare buses who frequently park and public market on Christie Avenue, and seeing the distance they park so that they may walk to these areas, I fear that not having an adequate amount of parking for the proposed building will cause parking overflow to the Christie Avenue neighborhood, inhibiting the ability for these families and children to enjoy these areas. I hope that the Planning Commission rethinks this proposal, as Emeryville is a unique environment where its residents have become accustomed to being a hop, skip, and a jump away from the skyscrapers of San Francisco in order to keep distances from neighborhoods who have become homogeneous due to excessive construction and tall buildings. Please allow Eville to thrive as a unique city by allowing the population to grow by the number of families who can call it home and not by the stories of an eyesore building. Thank you. Last comment card is from Maria Bernardo. I oppose this building due to the congestion it will add to an already congested area in the city. Several bus routes and vehicles cross Christie Avenue on a daily basis, and I have been seeing firsthand outside of my window the many pedestrians, cyclists, vehicles, etc. that may be disrupted by this building, its employees, and its lack of available parking. I've also witnessed accidents, which often happen due to traffic congestion where vehicles feel prompted to go around the traffic, ultimately getting injured or running into other cars parked on Christie Avenue. If for the mere sake of safety, I would urge you to rethink this proposal. Thank you, a concerned resident. And I will just take one last check of my email to see if any additional online speaker cards have come in. I do not see any. And looking at the attendees, oops, sorry. I do not see any further raised hands among the attendees, so I believe that concludes the public comment.
Very good. We will close this section of the public comment agenda and bring it back to the commission for comments. And we'll start with Commissioner Dram.
I think if I want to talk about this project repeating the same comments over, so I'm just like following in the same line with the other comments.
Very good. Commissioner Guitoni.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Guitoni.
In terms of comments, I would say that, I mean, it's disappointing to see that residential is not available here. I do feel like the scale of the building needs to be something that is in line with the neighborhood, but I think that going there is going outside the scope of what we're trying to evaluate here. Is it? My comments should pretty much be around the assessment of whether or not this is
Well, as our attorney had stated, it is in the description that we were talking about. And if we allow it for public comment, I think we can allow it for our own comments.
Okay, so I am not sure exactly what we can do here, but I will say my feelings on this is that this area is a neighborhood that is over time becoming more walkable. It has a real strong sense of community. And I feel like something like, that will extend over time to developments on the southern part of it, south of this site, hopefully. And I would hate to see this building somehow interrupt that or break that community up into something that's just interrupted in the middle. So I would say the scale of the building should be harmonious with it, and what happens on the ground floor, I would think the most appropriate use would be amenities that would make the people who are in the residential part of the neighborhood feel like this is a good neighborhood to live in. It should add to the sense of community and not be something that is an interruption of the residential part. And if residential is not feasible on this site, it should still somehow contribute to that part of the community.
Very good. How about we start with, or move on to Commissioner Zupko?
Nothing more for me.
Okay. And Commissioner Simons?
I'll keep it very short. I think really great presentation and lots to think about, but no further comments from me. Thanks so much.
Thank you. And Vice Chair Mendez?
No further comments from me. I would just like to, invite the applicant to consider all of the comments that the residents made. And then also, I agree with Commissioner Guitoni and have this be an extension of the other residents that are in this neighborhood. So that way it's an amenity and it feels like it's part of our community, and not just another building that's coming in. So that's it for me.
Okay, and Commissioner Chape?
Yeah, I feel like this is a really difficult one, but I want to say thank you very much to everyone who presented, because I certainly learned a lot. I think the hardest part for me is that we're obviously at a very unique point in time right now, and there are a lot of things that are changing very quickly. And I guess I'm sort of questioning like why we're making this decision right now. I need to be convinced a bit more about why it is that we need to make this decision about residential versus no residential right at this moment in time. Because I think it is a really, really important question with a lot of implications, as Commissioner Simon said before. But I don't have any further comments right now. Thank you.
Okay, very good. And did I miss the commissioner anywhere along the line? The screen changed during it and I kind of lost track of where everyone was. Okay, I don't see anybody raising their hand or anything. So I just have a couple points to make. And the one thing is, this is a very constrained area with a lot of traffic because of the people coming out of Bay Street in the marketplace and trying to make the curve off the Shellmound Way onto Christie Avenue. And I agree that maybe, as Mr. Hemme suggested earlier in tonight's meeting, that the city needs to do some kind of study because we have a lot of buildings that want to come into this neighborhood and a lot of big buildings. So maybe we need to do an overall feasibility of, do we want to invite in these things? And the reason I say that, because looking back again at our general plan, this is the primary area of growth. This area is allowed 100 foot of building height without a conditional use permit, and it can go as high as it likes with a conditional use permit. And that goes all the way along Christie Avenue, all the way down to Christie Avenue and 65th Street. So this area is foreseen as becoming more urban. So setbacks of 200 feet are not really in keeping with an urban context. So we need to look at our general plan and see what is planned for this neighborhood. And yeah, it may not be that now, but the city owns several lots on this street that might be developed higher. Then we've got the Gateway site, we've got this site, we've got 65th and Christie Avenue. We have a lot of sites where people are looking at 200-foot heights. So we have to, keep in mind that is what the general plan allows. So, but I think in doing all those projects, the Gateway project across from 5850, and what Christie and Shellmound offer in terms of capacity, we need to look at that. So I think that's something we need to consider. So what I'd like to do is give the developer or the applicant an idea to think about, is because I don't believe that a biotech building and a housing building can't be constructed. I think you need to look at of just meeting the needs. We're just asking for residential. We're not saying it has to be 50% or 80%. So I don't know if Maru has this, or if somebody can go back to the slide deck, number 4, page number 4, which kind of shows the footprint of the first floor of the building. So what I'm going to suggest is something kind of different, and it's what we've done at the public market around the what was going to be the grocery store, but is now Upside Foods. Is we have a concrete parking structure, which could be a 50-story building if we wanted, wrapped with apartments. So what I'm going to suggest, if we can get that image up, I can kind of show you so we go to page 4, I believe that was on Maru. Yeah, that one. So the areas that we're showing here, don't you hate that? Keep going. There you go. So the area that we're seeing here in purple and in blue, apart from the lobby that needs to be accessible for the office tower, I believe we could wrap townhouses, 2-story townhouses with stoops that don't have elevators, that don't have to have access to the building. They enter and exit out the street, which is really kind of what we like housing to do. And you do maybe 10 units in there. And maybe what you look at is doing 10 affordable units and look for financing that way, to where we now know that that's a lot more feasible to get financing for that. You meet your requirement for housing in this building, and you could do your mixed use, and the whole building above that is the biotech that you wanted. So I think that's one thing that you could look at, is front this thing on the west side and the south side with townhouses that enter right onto the street. They don't have to interact within the entrance of the building. We could enter the parking garage from the street if that's necessary, if we can't figure out how to do a corridor. But I think we could do that. You wouldn't need an elevator for that. So I think that's an option you might want to look at, so that you can do your housing along with your building and not have to get a conditional use permit. If you find that that doesn't work, I really am going to stress that this building does offer something to everybody. And I like your drawing there of the cafe with the rooftop terrace. Something like that I think would be good. I just don't know if it would be enough. And of course, this is going to require an EIR, so we'll get the traffic study along with that. But I'm not a person that is usually concerned about traffic. I believe let traffic take care of traffic. But, and I believe that as a lab building, people don't come in at 9 in the morning and leave at 5 at night. Lab buildings operate, I'm looking right across the street over at the Warren Transit Center, and there are lights on in that building on 3 floors. So, and as a person who does know lab buildings, I know that it's not a 9 to 5 job. So we're not going to get 400 cars coming in the morning and 400 cars leaving in the evening, but there will be a significant amount of people coming and going, and it's a potential problem because the street is very, very constrained. So we're going to need to look at that. So I think that that's kind of my point, but I do want to take on the Commissioner Chape. You guys said all this data we received is a point in time, is a moment in time. You guys have a building there now. Maybe you, or maybe the owner renovates it, remodels it, leases it out as it is for several years. And then we look at putting it housing, because I'm still concerned, and no one's been able to answer the question of how we get more housing and we meet our RENA needs, and how do we balance our job housing balance, because we still have a lot more jobs in this city than we have housing. And by doing this, we're exacerbating that problem. So I think those are issues that we have to consider. So as a study session, that's my direction and suggestions to you guys. And are there any other comments from the commission? Anything Charlie thinks we left out?
The only thing I would suggest, Chair Keller, is that you ask the applicant if they have any further questions or comments of the commission.
That will be in closing. So I think if we have no other comments, Maru?
I just wanted to clarify in terms of how to even direct the applicant in terms of next steps. I did not hear whether the commission would be in a position to make the finding whether the analysis that has been provided and peer reviewed regarding why no housing is possible, is that acceptable or not? Or do you need some more studies? Because once this project moves forward as proposed, then they'll start refining the study. Then we'll have to do CEQA. And when it comes back, even through study sessions, then there should be some clarity in terms of whether there is adequate analysis regarding no residential on this site.
Right. So I think for myself, given what I just suggested, that I think residential can be put on the site. Okay. So I think, and what they gave us is building 244 units possible? No, doesn't seem possible. Can you combine residential and lab research into a high-rise building? No. And like I said, we're not telling them that housing has to be 50-50 or a certain number. And it's like the proposal we had on San Pablo Avenue quite a while ago. They were going to do 9 condominiums and 4 apartments and biotech. So somebody thought that was a viable option. It was not going to be a multi-story building. It was going to be built, 4 or 5 was going to be the lab building there. So I think that merits research. Can we build townhouses that don't interplay with the building itself, that is kind of a standalone building that wraps the building and sits under the high-rise? Is that possible? So until I'm told that's not possible, I still think there's an option or a way to put housing in this.
Thank you, Keller. You were, Chair Keller, you were very clear, but I am looking at my notes, and out of the 7 commissioners, only yourself and Commissioner Sheriff suggested that housing needs to be explored here, whereas the other commissioners have said no comments and made comments on other issues regarding the massing.
But it's a study session, so we're not actually looking for a vote on anything. Is that correct?
That's correct, but no comments is also no comments.
I understand.
In Mira's presentation, as we normally do on a study session, we did have a discussion question for you at the end. We often have more than one discussion question. In this case, we only had one discussion question. That was the last, I believe it was Mira's last slide. And I think what Mira is saying is that the commission really didn't address that discussion question.
Okay, and we could do that.
Although you don't have to, we just appreciate that feedback. But
no, we understand that is helpful. So let me ask Commissioner Guitoni to go ahead and make his statement, and I'll ask the applicants, and then we'll go ahead and answer that question.
And can you put the last slide up?
Yeah, I will.
Thank you.
I would not read what I said as not saying that I would want to, that I don't think we should explore the idea of housing more. I think we should. If there's any way, as Chair Keller talked about, putting some townhouses in that wrap around on the first floor, if there's any way of involving any housing, I think that that's well worth pursuing. And I think that if we can either see that that's worth it or have more concrete evidence that that's completely impossible, that would be worth seeing.
Any other commissioners want to tag on anything, or we can go ahead and address the last question?
Sure, Chair Keller, if you don't mind, I'll go chat for a minute.
Sure.
I think my concern here is, there's a big difference between putting I think there's a big difference between putting the amount of housing you're proposing in the site and putting a significant amount of housing to actually, in the long term, improves Emeryville's quite poor jobs, housing imbalance. And we just know that a huge biotech project like this is going to, take us further in the wrong direction. And though, we may be able to get a very, very small number of units, what we need to create the Bay Area we want is hundreds of apartments going up in Emeryville. And I don't want us to get distracted by a very, very small number of residential units, which will improve the lives of just a very, very small number of people. Thanks.
Thank you, I appreciate that. But the one thing I want to kind of bring to your attention and everyone else's attention is that the state thinks that smaller amounts of units does help. They've really pushed forward through the past years the accessory dwelling units. And, that's 1 or 2 units behind an existing house. So we're to the point that every unit matters and it helps. Yeah, we're not getting 244 units, but if we could get 10, and perhaps if they're all affordable, because that seems to be what's more easy to acquire funding for, I see that as a possible win, because otherwise we've been illustrated clearly that 244 units isn't going to happen. And it may not happen in 5 years from now. So to me, it's like something's better than nothing, but that's part of, or the thing is, maybe we build nothing on this site until housing becomes more affordable. That's an option as well. So if there's no further comment, which I'm more than welcome to entertain, we can try to answer Maru's or the question here to be considered. So given the above analysis, does the commission feel that excluding residential uses at this location is appropriate, and that the commission can make the findings the applicant has convincingly demonstrated that infeasibility to develop a project with mixed uses that includes residential? And I could say, because of the offer I made and the suggestion I made, that I cannot make that finding myself. So, Commissioner Guitoni?
I also agree with that.
Vice Chair Mendez?
I'm kind of bouncing back and forth, because having any residential units is better than having none, but developing this site, I think, is also just as important. I do see the findings for the amount of residential units that were proposed there, that 244 units are not feasible. 100 units are probably not feasible. But I am curious to see if, like how Chair Keller said, if we can maybe just get like on one side or two sides, a few units that are just ground level. And maybe that'll help with activating that space. That'll help bring the community there. I'm curious to see where that, if that's possible or if that's feasible, and what kind of project that can bring. So I would say I'm leaning more towards, I want to see if it's possible to add just a few units in there. And then if you come back to us and say, no, it's not because X, Y, and Z, then I'm completely fine with moving forward with the life science tower, as long as we have amenities there that give back to the community. So those are my comments.
Very good, thank you. And Commissioner Durham?
Perfect. I think my answer to this question would be no, because all of the zoning, everything we have, if we want to analyze them and so, okay, let's change them, change the use, because financially make more sense to do that. So we should have any general plan or zoning. That's one point. And on the point that we say that having some units better than nothing, of course is better, but creating a lot more job next to it is making the duration of development in the opposite way of the general plan. That's the second portion. The third portion, we've seen projects in the city, San Francisco, that the neighborhood wasn't good. They changed the neighborhood by building the high-end high-rises like 9th Street, 10th Street. Maybe we can try to do something like that. Maybe we can analyze that like higher end, that all of these tech people would love to go and pay a little bit more next to having the affordable units to it. Maybe that can be something that is more feasible from the financials. This is like all of my comments, but thank you again for the opportunity.
Thank you so much. And Commissioner Che.
Thank you. I think at this point, I feel like the most important piece of it is that the onus is on the project proponents to provide housing because of the zoning. So until we see that not a single unit of housing can be provided here, and hopefully it would be more than a single unit, then I don't think I'm prepared to make this finding. And then I think that, you know, if it's not possible to build housing in a meaningful way on this site, then the second best solution would be to have the project in some way contribute to improving housing stock in Emeryville in general. Thanks.
Perfectly said, thank you. And Commissioner Zupko.
Yeah, I feel like it's a no for me as well, but I think that the points that other commissioners have raised are salient, which is that any is better than none. So, thanks.
Thank you. And Commissioner Simons, I did ask you, or have I not?
You haven't asked me, so I guess, yeah. I think like other commissioners, I feel really conflicted here. I think it's really important to remember that hundreds of nice workers are going to be working in this building. We're all going to need a place to live. And it seems like it's, I'm happy to agree with other commissioners that it seems possible to provide a very small number of units. I think it's equally important or more important that we focus on big picture, that like most of the other projects we see, this is going to make Emeryville's jobs housing balance worse. So let's all sort of sit on that as we head to bed.
Very good, thank you so much. So that finishes all the commissioner comments. Does the applicant have any questions for us or further direction needed?
I do have a question, or it's both a comment and a question. We hear you and have heard you that residential, there's a deficit in residential. I think everyone, I don't want to speak for everyone, but it seems that based on the findings, everyone is in agreement that we can't do a significant, if any, we can't do a significant portion of residential on this site because of the way that the site lays out and some constraints in interworking that with life science, with lab space. I guess my question is, as we are thinking about, could we possibly put a handful of townhomes on the ground floor, which would something everyone also agrees is better than nothing, but that would impact a small portion of residents And just spitballing this, that would potentially come at the expense of some of the retail and public amenities that we are anticipating working into. It's not all or nothing, but it will by definition cut back some of those open spaces and some of those retail spaces that we are intending to afford that would benefit a far greater subset of your community and population. So I understand, and maybe there's some way to work it together, but just as you think about it, that ground floor space was going to be a public amenity which anybody could use, as opposed to a handful of residents that might benefit from those townhomes.
Okay, I understand what you're saying. I think that as we've been, as I think it was you guys yourself, and not in previous document, that retail is almost impossible today. So yes, you'll create the space, but what's the guarantee that it doesn't sit vacant for 3 years, 5 years, whatever? And that does not contribute to.
No, we've obviously, we've been on the line and have listened to the grocery store. We are thinking about ways that we can help subsidize and support, which we've done in other projects, local vendors, restaurateurs, spa operators, places that would, if we did a very, very inexpensive or cost-effective, offered them a cost-effective way to open, in effect subsidizing it. We think that's one very effective way that we can bring the activity to those spaces and bring the community into those spaces. So it's not as if we're going to, it's not a great time, at least, to market rate retail. It certainly isn't. But, similar to what you have across the street, we think, is it a food hall, a beer hall, a concert venue, a meditation spa we're in extended discussions with. So there is a way to do this. It wouldn't be, we're not going to build a shopping center on the ground floor. We're going to build things that we would want to use, that we think you would all want to use and be a part of.
So I would invite you to look at both concepts. I don't know that we would be adverse to hearing that option, of what you would, hearing that it would be a subsidized lease makes it a more viable and possible option. So I would suggest that take our comments, and work from that, looking at doing townhouses. I think we all would almost probably prefer to see the townhouses and lose an amenity that, maybe a segment of the population would use, like a massage parlor or a meditation space, than I ever would. But bring us both options. Show us this is what we've done, and it doesn't have to be an architectural drawing. Bring us the figures, bring us the facts. This is how many townhouses we could do. This is what it would cost. This is what we could do. Or we could skip that and bring this public amenity to you and let us evaluate both those.
So I'm sorry, that was the last thing that you said, you would consider, if we gave more definition to how we would activate those retail public spaces, you would consider a plan that did not include the townhomes?
As long as you told us with facts and figures that the townhomes wouldn't work. I would bring back both. Tell us this is what we just, explored, how many townhouses we could fit in here. This would be the cost, return, whether they would pencil out or not. And in lieu of that, we can't make this work, but here's what we would offer in terms of public amenities and how we would make that work. Is that more clear?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Mike, do you have anything? I think I understand. Do you have anything to add or any further questions?
Nope. I think we have one half of that, which we unfortunately probably could have provided a little bit of more clarity on that tonight, given the direction this conversation took. But no, I think we can take that away and explore it.
Okay. And Director Bryant, do you think we've covered all the bases?
Sounds like it. Thank you very much for your feedback. We really appreciate it.
And we thank the applicant for all their work. You guys have went through a lot. Staff did a lot to peer review the report. I think it was very, very informative and not a lot of good news, but it's reality where we live now. So thank you all very much.
Thank you for your time, everyone.
Thank you.
Nice meeting you. Thank you. Have a good night.
Okay, so I think we're at item 11 for commissioner comments. Other than wanting to go to bed, does anyone have any comments? Okay, count of 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We will close this meeting at 11:24. Thank you everyone for hanging out again. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. Bye.
Thanks, everyone.
Have a good night.
Bye-bye.
See you next month. Bye-bye.